till now, but he's definitely here to show why he has made it into the top 16. Favorite card, First Grenadier Regiment, a Blood and Iron bomb that has dropped, and we'll see if he's brought any of that or if he'll be playing other cards from the Blood and Iron expansion to try to make his way into the Final Four. And that is it from players. So very strong cast of players we have here today in this top 16. Very strong all-around players. Yeah, what do you really think about sort of the type of players that we're seeing in this tournament? We see some like OCC staples, but we're also seeing some new players.
Yeah, I think it's always interesting when you have a mix of veterans and then newer players, because it means you get very different approaches to deck building. Most of the veteran players approach deck building as a sort of what's worked in the past, and they try and build on what they've done in the past, whereas most newer players have a much fresher look at the game. And it's always interesting to see these two styles contrast, because sometimes the veteran players can call back to something which they did, 3 or 4 years ago, and it only worked for a month or something. So something very niche and not so known, and they can bring this back and go, actually, this is the time to bring this back, and this is just going to dominate everyone, and I have complete confidence in it. But then sometimes these fresher set of eyes can look at the game and see these hidden gems, these cards where it's like, no one's playing on it with this, and I can't see why not. It seems like an amazing card, so I'm going to use it. And then they destroy everyone with it, and before you know it, it becomes this meta card. We have newer players often bringing these older cards which have been slept on to the front of the meta, and proving all the old men among us wrong, that actually there are these powerful gems hidden away. So I find it interesting to see that contrast. I also noticed a lot of most played Germany, so it'll be interesting to see how Germany fares today, because when you have most played on Germany or most played on a certain nation, it means that nation is usually more refined than the others. There's been a lot more time and effort into sort of perfecting that list, whereas some of the other nations which aren't as most played will be a little bit more experimental, maybe something like the Soviets, like that. But yeah, any thoughts yourself?
Yeah, I think you brought up a very good point with sort of the differences in the deck building styles between these players. And while veterancy can give you some ideas to draw on, it also comes with some hang-ups on how you think about certain cards. You might have a card that has never seen play, so in your mind you're saying to yourself, this is a bad card, and you basically just ignore it in the deck building screen. Whereas if you're a newer player, you're much more willing to take risks. You're much more open-minded when it comes to cards that haven't really been seen in the past. So I'm very interested to see that. And I'm also very interested to see the impact of Blood and Iron on these decks, because obviously it's a still fairly fresh expansion, and we haven't really seen any like standout insanely above the power curve cards, I would say. Compared to maybe some other expansions in the past, there's no sort of like Bomber Mafia that's taken over the meta and every single person's playing it in every single deck. So with that being said, it's going to be interesting to see how there's going to be how they fit Blood and Iron cards into maybe pre-existing archetypes, or how they play new archetypes from Blood and Iron with the existing card pool.
No, yeah, it's going to be very interesting. I think there's some Blood and Iron cards which we'll see today have clearly had quite the impact on the meta, but then there's also a few where only a couple players are bringing it, and it's very much on the experimental side of things. But I do want to show some of these in our deck list, so I'm going to jump us straight into that, and I'm going to start off with Azzy, who has brought a little bit of the old and a little bit of the new, which we see here. We have a clear split between these old classic decks and Italian ally decks, which are not so old and classic. So on the left side, we have this Soviet Italy deck, which very much is built like a control deck in a lot of ways. We've got Deschia in here. We've got Front Formation, which is this powerful new order that gives you a T-34 every single turn for that turn, so it sort of closes out the game. But then we also have quite a few aggressive cards in here, and the thing I really want to draw attention to is this 12th Guards Mechanized. This is a 1/2 smokescreen infantry for 1 credit, and when you deploy a tank with 4 or more attack, it becomes veteran, making it a 2/2 with blitz, which is very powerful for trading, especially with that blitz ability. You can often trigger that on the same turn as playing it, but then also a whole package of tanks activating it, giving you +2 card draw when you veteranize this. So it's a really powerful card. It can act as a convoy and a body at the same time. Very reminiscent of Sherman, but doesn't require you to have the front line, so it can often be easier to actually set up in the first place. And we're going to see a lot of decks warped around this card today. We see Azzy bringing a slightly different version to everyone else with this sort of more mid-range control variant. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how this deck works out. And then on the right side, we have, again, a similar thing where there's these aggressive cards. You've got Expansion in here. We've got Duty Bound in here, which is this new aggressive card. But then we also have a lot of these slower cards of Attack in the Colonies and Decima, Empire of the Sun, To the Last Man. So we see Azzy putting a big focus on this Germany sort of mid-range style of deck, which I haven't seen before, and I'm really, really excited to see. And then in the middle, we have sort of two classics. We've got Brit Air, which has switched to Japan Ally. This is going to be the trend we see today, a lot of Brit Japan Air. And then we also have this Jer US deck. It's gone away from this mid-range style of Reichsbank ever since the Reichsbank got changed and no longer allow you to play orders. And it's become far more aggressive. It looks a lot more like a Heinz deck. We have the Four Freedoms in here. We have the Aunt Frida, so lots and lots of buffs. But then we also have this strong backline with cards like Calliope and Justora offering just a huge amount of beatdown. So we see this mix between these new mid-range decks and these old-school aggressive decks. And I'm really excited to see how this lineup works out for Azzy, because they are bringing quite a few unique things to the table here.
All right, so that's Ozzy's decks. Now let's take a look at some of the decks from HQT, because HQT, well, this is his lineup, and HQT is definitely in the running. It's also just shows off quite a few of the types of decks that we see across a lot of different players' lineups. So starting with the first deck, it is a Britain USA ramp deck. So a lot of players bring in Britain, and Britain seems to be split primarily between Britain Air, Britain USA ramp, and as we'll see a little bit later, Britain France mill. But here he's going for the USA ramp, and this is a deck that's fairly similar to decks that we've seen from the previous expansion decks that we've seen being played in the meta, really going back for the last year. So it's going to be a deck that he's pretty comfortable on, and essentially it just relies on using cards like War Machine and War Bonds to get up into the higher credit counts quicker, and then from there you're going to use cards like Sexton and Glamour Boys to stabilize, and you're going to use cards like Bomber Mafia as AoEs and value generation, same with Production Order, just getting out these big bombers, and these are how you're going to close out the game. And then with Britain, you're just piling in all of the British elites, some very old British elites like Lancaster, Wellington, with the return of Monty, and then some of the newer ones, some Blood and Iron cards making their way into here were like Black Prince to control the front line, very powerful individual card, as well as 2 copies of the Calliope, very powerful 3-cost USA artillery that's really a very powerful anti-aggro tool, being able to deal 2 damage to a lone unit in the front line, take out 2 1-health units in the front line. Jagro beware. This card is going to help Britain stabilize into this further ramp package that they're going to go down with the bombers and the elites later in the game. His second deck is a very similar version. It is a US main Britain ally ramp deck, and this is again a deck that we've seen across a lot of players, both in this tournament and previous tournaments in the last 6 months. And of course, we see a lot of similarities to what we've seen before, and a lot of similarities to the previous deck, with War Machine getting you up to those higher credit counts, Convoy and MI5 as card draw to try to get you through your deck, Glamour Boys to stabilize, and then of course you just have the big units that are going to be generated off of these production orders and these bomber mafias. And then with the US, you can bring in, of course, more Calliopes, as well as just a larger amount of ramp cards. You see with America at War, some of these 330 seconds, the milk truck, and very crucially, you have American military research, and this is just going to allow you to go up to nukes, and with all the ramp you're going to be able to get up to nukes fairly quickly, and this is going to offer you maybe a bit more of a secure win condition to get towards than the British deck offers, and because of that, the US deck relies less on some of these heavy units to close out the game. Then HQT's third deck is a deck that we're going to see a lot across a lot of players, and that's pretty surprising because it is a Soviet main deck, which is something we have not seen a lot of in the last year, and it's coming in with Germany ally, which is not a combination that we have seen a lot of just historically in cards, but this is a deck that is based entirely around some of the new Blood and Iron cards, because this is a Soviet-German aggro tank deck that is heavily based around the 12th Guards mechanized, just being able to draw you through so much of your deck so efficiently while keeping units on board. It's also a 1-drop infantry enabler for the 35T. So essentially, how this deck is going to be working is you're going to try to get out these 12th guard mechanized, these 269th rifles, and then you're going to try to play a tank with 4 or more attack, which this deck has a lot of, with a variety of different SUs, as well as the Panzer 3J late, another 4 attack tank coming in from the Blood and Iron expansion, and when these units are played, it will trigger the veteran, and that is going to reduce the operation cost of tanks to 0. It is going to draw you 2 cards, and you're just going to try to push that tempo into the front line, take control, get value trades, play blitzkrieg, win the game. Very, very powerful deck, very, very powerful cards. And then last but not least, HQT just has a classic Jagro deck. Jagro is, of course, the primary deck that we see people bringing with Japan, and we're seeing a fair amount of it, potentially even more than we've seen in the last couple months in tournament. And that's because there's a few cards in here that people have been trying out to potentially revitalize Jagro, give it a little bit more value. And one of those cards is the new Aunt Freda card. And Aunt Freda is a card that just generates a lot of stat buff from a single card, and that's going to be buffing infantry, tanks, and then fighters. And then to sort of fit around that, of course, he's going to be running Zerstorer. And this also enables the recently changed suppression, which people have been fitting into Jagro, and then that has synergy with the returned Aichi, which is, of course is being fit back into Jagro. So Jagro really got a lot of tools now that has a lot of synergy within the deck. And because of that, we've seen a lot of players pick this up, start to play with it. It's perhaps a little bit slower than Jagros that we've seen in the last few months, but it is no less lethal in its just ability to close out games, especially if it can get matched up into some of these slower decks.
Awesome. And then I'm going to take you through Henry. Now, we talked about Mill a little bit when talking about Brit Mill, and we chose Henry because Henry has brought triple mill. We do see this US deck, which we will get to in a moment, but I'm going to start us on the left here with Brit Mill. Probably the most popular mill deck we see today. It's just got the whole pack. You've got compromises, you've got honor and loyalties, you've got the defend and depth to clear the board or clear enemy units, and then you also have Phony War. We have the Soviet version, which is running some interesting cards. We've got Siberian Transfer in there. We've got Upgrade in there to upgrade the Siberian Transfer tank. And once again, we have the same French package. And then on the right side, we have, you guessed it, yet another mill deck with not quite an identical package. We do have Call to the Colonies in here, but 3 very, very similar decks. They're all trying to stall out the game, push your opponent closer and closer to fatigue while removing any threat that sticks on board. And most of the little units, you just allow them to stay on the board and you don't worry too much about them. Now, you might think, why has Henry bought all these mill decks? There's not really many Blood and Iron cards in these. It's a very strange way to take your decks, considering there's a new expansion and loads of new, powerful, exciting cards. And I believe a big part of this is mill can be really, really strong against these mid-range decks where they're a little bit slower, and especially these ramp decks as well. They're quite a lot slower, and they're deploying quite slow moving threats. So you just get rid of these, you send them back into your opponent's decks, you make them draw extra cards, and before they know it, they've reached fatigue and you have plenty of how to sit on. So I personally think that Henry has brought triple mill here purely as an anti-meta choice. He's saying everyone else is going to have mid-range and ramp. I'm going to have triple mill, and I'm just going to jam these 3 mill decks and no one is going to be able to stop me, and it's going to be easy sailing. Long games, but very decisive games is, I think, what Henry had in mind. And then there's a German US deck, slightly slower than the one we saw earlier, the more Heinz looking one. This one, we do have some war machines in here to enable more mid-range tools. However, it is still a much more aggressive version than what we used to see. We don't have things like Bomber Mafia in here anymore. We do have the Blitz Doctrine still, but very much a much more aggressive version compared to what we used to see. So US taking that aggressive sort of line that it's decided to shift to since the change of Reichsbank, and then just a whole lot of anti-mid-range in these 3 other lists. And then I believe you have one more player's decks to take us through?
Yes, of course. We have Intradiction, my fellow Canadian, and Intradiction is bringing a variety of decks, and some that we have seen before and others that we have not. So let's start with the ones that we've seen before on the left here. First up, we have Britain, Japan, Air, and this is just the most popular. Japan is the most popular ally nation now for Air, and that is a big part due to the Blood and Iron duty bound as a way to just buff an air unit or any unit really early if you can get it down early, but then it will also turn into a massive amount of potential damage output with blitz units or just units that you can stick on board later in the game to help you close out. And then also with Japan, Japan is a very classic, it is the original ally for Brit Air, and that's just because of these air superiorities that they're just very, very efficient at controlling the board early in the game on top of your air unit attacks. Even if they're able to remove your first air unit, you can play a second one and an air superiority to maintain board control, maintain sticking those bombers that you can then buff up with your other cards, and the recently returned Aichi, which is just going to allow you to stick bombers on board. Once you kill the first one, it's going to summon a second one. Your opponent is going to have to answer so many sticky units, and each unit is threatening to get buffed up and just get these free value trades on their units. And then Intradiction is doing something a little bit different, running Dragon Slayer and Empire of the Sun with a wave after wave in there as well. So this is going a little bit heavier than some of the other air decks we've seen, which might be a bit more aggressive. There's even a few defeat in details running out there. Intradiction deciding that he's going to go a little bit slower, and I think that this air deck is perfectly fine for that. And the Empire of the Sun is going to help get deeper to these duty bounds. Now let's take a look at Intradiction's second deck, and you can see here no Aunt Fredas in this lineup. So you can already see some of these divisions between the sort of the groups that developed decks together. We see a lot of the Chinese players putting Aunt Freda into their Japan decks, and that's likely just because there was a lot of different practice groups that these players are in similar circles when it comes to discussing cards, testing out cards from the new expansion. Intradiction running a bit more of a classic Jaggro deck, a bit closer to what we've seen before, relying on the Zerstores, but of course also relying on some of the newer cards that are coming in with the Key 30 An and the Aichi. Jaggro is really collecting itself a series of 3-cost bombers, or cards that summon bombers with the Audacity. And really just 3 credit, 3 cost is the scariest point to be against a Jaggro deck nowadays, with the Radiant Brigade, Audacity, Shadano on the Ascent. There's just so much that they're doing on 3 that is terrifying, on top of just, of course, the regular Jaggro 1-cost Blitz unit package with the 35 keys on the follow-up. But then we move on to his third deck, which is where things get a little bit interesting, where this is a self-damage deck, which is not something that we haven't seen before. We've seen it multiple times in multiple different variations, and of course this just has the standard self-damage cards. You have some Bloody Sickles, you have some Red Dawns, you have the 34th Guards to reduce, and the Stand-Togethers to turn them into big, scary tanks once they're on the board. But where this gets interesting is its USA ally, which is something we have never seen with self-damage before, and that is coming in for these M10s and these Hellcats as additional triggers for, you guessed it, the 12th Guards Mechanized, which is just proving to be such an efficient tool for drawing with Soviet decks. Not only has it brought Soviets, it's completely revitalized Soviets as a competitive nation that you can reasonably bring to a tournament. It is creating all sorts of different archetypes that are trying to use this most efficiently. And with the SU-76s and the SU-152s, which were already being standard run as a 4 of and a 2 of within self-damage, it makes sense that you put in the 12 Guards Mechanized, and then with just a couple other 4-attack tanks, you are going to create a huge draw engine to have these huge hands for cards to be reduced, to find those reduction tools with the self-damage kit. And is this going to be better or worse than the German ally, more all in on the tank version? It's hard to say, it's too soon to say, but Intradiction and a few other players are bringing this self-damage version of Soviets with a tank sub-theme, and that's very interesting to see, very creative. And then moving on to the fourth deck, we see those nations reversed, but in a very different style. This is a USA-Soviet deck, and you do have the 12th Guards Mechanized in there, of course. But the main focus of this deck is actually Shermans, and Shermans is an archetype that we saw pushed in the Blood and Iron expansion. And Intradiction, there's some minor Sherman sub-themes going on in some of the other decks. We see the 62nd Armored Infantry in a couple of the decks. Sometimes it's a 1 of, sometimes it's a 2 of, with mainly the Calliopes. Intradiction is bringing the only fully dedicated Sherman deck of the tournament, running the M4 Shermans, running the M4 A1s. Unfortunately for him, there's no discard in this tournament for that to be triggering off of, but he's got the L4 Grasshoppers, that's going to reduce them, that's going to give them Blitz, and he's got the Pontoon Bridges as another Blood and Iron card, which is going to help this deck try to stay up a little bit faster. So yeah, Intradiction really showing off some creative deck building with these last two decks, really focusing in on some of the new Blood and Iron cards, and then Air and Jaguar as just staple cards in the meta.
Awesome. Well, that's enough from us for now. We will be back later, but we are going to take a short break, and then we'll be back, I believe, with TreePippit versus Spoker, which will be cast by Thanatron and Corn Guy. We have not one but 2 days of cards coming up, so make sure to stick about and catch as much of it as you can, as I think we'll really be setting what you can expect people to be seeing over the next coming months. But that's enough from us for now, and we will take a short break, and then we'll be back with some gameplay for you guys. So thank you very much, and we'll see you in a bit.
one.
Saving the day.
Can't believe it! Look at this!
Hello, and thank you for joining us for what we are about to kick off as the 2024 KARDS World Championship. We are here to get down to some games. Hopefully, you joined us for the pre-show not too long ago, but now we are here. The Team Heavy booth is ready for the last time in 2024 to bring you some incredible matchups. Let's go ahead and take a look at our bracket and see who is going to play who.
So
Horn,
just
I believe we are here to see TreePippit and Spoker first. Why don't you take us through what we see in the bracket here?
real fast. TreePippit versus Spoker, Intradiction versus Winner will win. Stanislav versus Dandelion, Zyloser versus Guest on the left side. Takao versus HQT, Henry versus Ozzy, Killswitch versus Kalen BZ, and Gorku versus Juan, competing to make it to the final four today.
Really, really great matchups. And if you joined us for the pre-show or any of the draw show material early in the week, you definitely have seen these matchups and sort of what some of our expert panels think about these players and how these players are lining up. But, as of yesterday, now we have deck lists. So it's certainly much more specific these days. Let's go ahead and take a look at what these players are about to wield. And here we see TreePippit first with a very impressive 6,500 games, very nice 63% win rate. The double, the anti-air gun, the very, very classic Japan staple for just really annoying an air player. And if you know anything about TreePippit, his decks can be quite specific and quite annoying, so extremely fitting. Let's take a look at what he has for us today. Corn, you want to walk us through that?
Yep, for sure. And TreePippit's lists do deserve a thorough breakdown, so let's try to get our heads wrapped around what we will be seeing today. The first list is a Japan Germany air list. It wants to build and control the board with a lot of fighters. Specifically, it has the 3 air superiorities for some removal. And then you're going to be seeing almost all of the air options that you can throw in there. 2 Kawanishis is interesting. By no means poor, but definitely really cool choices as in here. And also 1 copy of Command Failure, the new Blood and Iron tool for Japan that I think can be pretty strong. There's no limit to what it can remove as long as the uh, defense is more than the attack. And then we're looking at 1 copy of Toyama Regiment. It's one of TreePippit's favorite cards. The 4/2 ambush guard for 3K. However, since Bomber Mafia specifically, it has certainly I don't want to say fallen off, but it's certainly lost some of the punch by being able to die from that Bomber Mafia so easily. However, TreePippit is bringing it back as a shout out to the old days when he used to play more of them. We got 161st guard, so there is a little bit of guard coming out, and we see this curve off into Bonsai, Home Defense, and Empire of the Sun. Some pretty hefty cards for Japan. They can definitely sway the outcome of the match. And sad to say, the um, Heian was rotated, so there's no not the Heian,
Sheeden.
the Sheeden. Yeah, it's already out of my brain not being in the standard pool.
True. Once it goes to reserve pool, Corn has no reason to know that thing. It no longer exists.
Yes. Crossfire is the other tool for this card that, if it can work, It can clear the board. It's the new German 4K order from Blood and Iron. But if it doesn't line up right, it can be very ineffective. So that the outcome of how Crossfire can perform is very important. So yep, this is just a heavy Japan Germany air list, and I do love Japan Air, so definitely rooting for this list. The next list is going to be a Germany Italy 4K attack themed list, especially with a lot of the new Blood and Iron 4K tools for Germany and Italy. And then it's also going to be going to splash some other big air units like we were seeing in the previous list. So TreePippit is favoring definitely some air this tournament. Spring Offensive, I think it is a pretty interesting card that we're seeing that has been coming out for Italy in this release. It says draw 2 cards and gain 2 credits for each unit with 4 or more attack drawn. And in this list, it could definitely get 2 of those units. It is very nice to have some draw back in the Germany Italy archetype, especially for control packages, and with the benefit of gaining credits as well. It it is a very very cool card that I would like to play with myself. And we see some Crossfire again. We see the top end of some FW1 Falkwolves. We see Panther D and Leopold. And then one Ledachima and Naval Engagement. So there's a lot of tools that his opponents will have to consider um, to play around, not to go too wide when there's a naval engagement possibility, etc. It looks like a pretty interesting take on the Germany Italy control archetype. So I'm definitely excited to see how that one plays out as well. So moving over to this USA Poland list. This list is an interesting take on the frontline list. I will say straight away, the 7TP as a potential draw engine for this list is very interesting. The 7TP can almost kind of take over what the martyr used to be, potentially, if you can play it correctly. The martyr used to be the draw engine for frontline before it was moved to the reserve pool, but now the 7TP, I'm wondering if TreePippit can see it that way as well. Besides that, there is one copy of the new Pontoon Bridge, another card that I'm very excited to see how TreePippit can get going, or if he can get it going. And then obviously, the big boy in the room here has to be the 1st Grenadier Regiment. There it is so fun to play with this card, and it is so strong, especially in this frontline list where if you have a bunch of small units in the front line, they can trade for free with any unit and it'll destroy it. So it is a very cool card. I'm interested to see how this goes. And then one last thing to highlight: TreePippit has chosen Bocage Warfare over For Freedom as the preferred 1-drop or 1K buff card. So we'll have to see how that choice plays out for him in this list. Overall, Frontline is a proven deck. Let's see if this list can, um, you know, live up to the reputation that Frontline has as a competitive deck. And last but not least is this Brit US. Now I'm gonna say what this is, and you're gonna have to roll with me. This Brit US Kangaroo Transport OTK list. Now, Kangaroo Transport is the new card for the UK in Blood and Iron. And what it can do is it can give a British infantry blitz 1+1 heavy armor, and it counts as a tank. Now, when you have 5 British infantry units with Fury that can also now get blitz and count as a tank so they can move up and attack, after being buffed by Royal Research, your opponents always are going to have to prioritize playing around these that possibility. So that is a very frightening pop off potential from this list. And that's the game plan. Draw the game out long enough to the point where you can pop off with Kangaroo Transport. Yes, we are here. Blood and Iron is here, and there's Kangaroo Transport OTK. And one last thing to say about TreePippit. P-47B Thunderbolt is being brought in this list and the U.S. frontline. So it's possibly looking to counter Britair. Big fighter. I love to see it. And that is it for TreePippit.
All right, awesome. We have his opponent here, Spoker, definitely no stranger to the current competitive scene. Almost 8,500 matches played with an almost 70% win rate. Really crazy stats here. 5,500, 5,600 wins on the year. Really, really nice stuff from Spoker. Let's see what he is bringing today to sort of combat what we see from TreePippit. So the first two lists we see are Brit US and then US Brit, and we see a lot of really, really similar ramp tools. Starting with this Brit list, we see the return of Monty. He is back. He is definitely to be reckoned with. We do see a couple bits of Blood and Iron, especially those new Calliopes, ready to do those little bits of damage, really help a ramp deck against low health units, help it against, definitely some certain Jagro matchups. And the Black Prince also, really, really nice new elite for Britain that can kind of slow down an enemy that is trying to beat your doors down while you have maybe more grand plans for what you are attempting to do. And then on the other side here, we see basically the opposite. We do see the new 62nd Armored Infantry here as a new Blood and Iron card as well. But we have primarily the same kind of ramp deck that has been an absolute nuisance on ladder and in previous tournaments. The 4 War Machines, of course, and the Glamour Boys, of course. Both of those sort of, and the War Bonds, able to get a lot of money and to shell yourself up, get some health, get some guard, and actually live long enough to use all of your ramped dollars. Moving on, we go into some really interesting Soviet tech here. Like J. King mentioned earlier, Soviets kind of are back to be reckoned with after a little bit of an absence, I would say, as a main nation in the comp scene. So really nice to see. You can see just a thick section of SUs of different varieties here. Definitely focusing on that new that new Soviet tank archetype and some German stuff as well, especially here with the Felder rifles, allowing some, even extra credit cheat off things with that bulky 4 attack. So certainly a deck that can put some damage on you very, very fast. And then lastly, we have some Jagro that is, flavored a little bit for what we have these days in this new Blood and Iron world. We have a couple of Aunt Fridas that are going to provide that sort of combined arms type buff. Not combined arms as in buffing per the number of units you have, but just being able to apply buffs to multiple different unit types as it sort of scales. So that can be really, really good for the Jagger player, as they do have quite a few options at tank, infantry, and plane. And then, of course, some new stuff, not necessarily new, sorry, but returning stuff coming back. The Aichi is here again to just make everybody very, very sad. Wirbelwind, also incredible. So really nice to get that back for both German and Japan players, basically all aggro players, enjoying having their Warbles back. Really nice list from Spoker here. pretty hard meta as well. Definitely hoping to exploit what he thinks are the strongest tools in the game right now, and I look forward to seeing it. So we do have our bands. We have TreePippit having his US band and Spoker having his Brit band. What do you think about the band choices here, Corn?
Yeah, well, I asked TreePippit what he did not want to have banned, and he said it doesn't matter. He feels confident on all of his lists. Banning the U.S. frontline is certainly a nod to the potential of U.S. frontline, and certainly also a nod to the First Grenadier Regiment. It is a scary regiment, and banning Brit is always a good default strategy for TreePippit.
Yeah, absolutely. TreePippit is just like, hey man, I know that you guys brought Monty back, but that doesn't mean that I have to tolerate him personally, and I will not. And that is, as always, a correct answer. I do think that it is definitely super interesting as my webcam is dying. That we spoke earlier, and I think even in some of J King's content, he mentioned that TreePippit's US deck is a little strange. It's only bringing 6 Polish cards for the side nation. And if you're only bringing 6 Polish cards, it does feel like maybe perhaps you could have brought Germany or some things to kind of maybe hammer home that frontline tech a little better. And there might have been some, let's say, maybe more efficient side nations that he could have used. But that is no problem here as I get the spectator mode working as well. Sorry, a little bit of a technical gaffe. I apologize. But let's get into our first match as we see our mulligans here.
Germany, Italy control versus U.S. ramp. Ramp used to be favored in my mind in this matchup, but Italy has a lot of controls to stay pretty competitive in terms of removal. So you know, definitely, definitely in my mind, still we're looking at a 50-50 matchup. What do you think?
Yeah, certainly hard to tell, right? Especially as this new meta establishes itself. But what we have, at first, TreePippit really considering kind of what he wants here. Interesting to see him keep a Folkwolf all the way at 6 credits. Drawing into his Noxshib obviously could be huge. And an early Alfklarung also really nice. These should allow TreePippit some early plays that he might not necessarily have had, but doesn't necessarily have the hand as well to sort of utilize that Noxshib to the highest potential as well.
I will say out of the gate, I love this card surface that we're playing on. It looks very cool.
Yeah, some real iron with even a little bit of blood if you take a look at some red spots. So definitely on brand, on theme. Spoker able to get a little bit of ramp. Obviously, he would have liked to start with a war machine, but little difficult when you only have, oh, actually, nope, full stack of 4 war machines in this deck, so I apologize. So he certainly would have liked to find those, but getting a milk truck, not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, in this matchup, Spoker, as you can see, has ramped 1 credit already. Um, and from my experience, Tree would like this match to be prolonged so that his credits can catch back up naturally to neutralize that advantage of having ramped that this ramp list obviously brings.
Calliope already being heard from, very efficient way to kill a 2 health unit in the front line, especially when it is the only one. And
True, and
the new German infantry that fights as a keyword when it is deployed, able to get an attack off, even though it ignores the front line, all the way to that artillery. So that is a huge play for TreePippit, as that could have been very annoying to try to deal with.
Yeah, that card is very interesting. I really do enjoy the removal in a body. Um, Looking forward to seeing it more, especially when with TreePippit showing me the way.
Right, while also still having to manage the health as well, right? It's definitely a fun card as uh it's not something where it just, gets like a free kill or enters with like a deployment that destroys something. It does take a little bit of braining to use best to get as much value trade as you can out of it. Um Spoker could certainly think about Jasco here, which would suck up most of the careless talk as well, and might actually be really nice for him. But he's going with a countermeasure of his own here, a first responders that could be quite beefy as TreePippit continues to put down some units.
Yeah, and so one of the countermeasures that TreePippit chose when he was able to develop one from a choice of three, we can see in his hand there is a bridge too far. Now, I'm not sure if we saw the choices that he had. However, that's not the typical choice that we see too often. So that could be a very pivotal card if that can come out with a lot of destruction effects. What do you think about that choice?
Super interesting, although I do wonder as he might have to use it almost more offensively. Spoka being the ramp player is going to, be a little slower and is going to maybe not necessarily care too much about the front line. Maybe not how Spoker is going to necessarily operate or do his damage, but obviously, we don't know. Also, we don't know as well, right? What the other two choices were. Could have truly given TreePippit some bunk options. Develop sometimes not the most fun in that way. And again, here also very interesting, right? That the Wrath Lightning has to throw back a
Ooh.
Noxshib, which is great with TreePippit with full hand. It's actually going to get rid of Noxshib, counts as a destruction. But that was basically his only choice as TreePippit, full of deployment effects. Definitely things you don't want to give back.
Yeah, and we saw Tree Pippet a turn ago go for the spring offensive to draw to 9, and he certainly was hoping to find a 4 attack unit to get those additional credits
Yeah,
to
absolutely.
and unfortunately none were found, and a machi, or as it's loving referred to, the pizza plane is milled, and that is certainly one of the big bodies that you want to see against potential bombers from this ramp list gone.
Here is another interesting play as Calliope could take out that 4-2, but he doesn't have the space to play it. And he certainly doesn't want to just throw his 3-4 RAF into the user store. So not too much that he can really get away with there. But maybe now a chance to play some of this ramp. Spoker has only really been able to ramp with his ramp deck once all the way up to turn 8 or turn 7 rather. Not exactly what he wants to see, so I have to imagine we are going to see a war machine here. But also maybe thinking about just the Hellcat. Getting a little down to the wire here on his time. And
Yes,
that got huge punished.
yeah. Um, this US ramp list though, just seeing the cards in hand is very very strange. It's just not the normal ramp that I'm used to, so it's hard to get a good gauge for it.
TreePippit contemplating taking a look at 3 random elites, hoping maybe to see something that can change the game a little bit for him, although he's not sitting in a poor position. Folkwolf definitely helpful. A little bit of draw is real nice, and a really nice dive bombing. Keep the Zerstorer nice and fresh.
Yes, that was a great turn from Tree Pippet. And I guess one thing that we see in Spoker's hand that it, I do really like in this new Blood and Iron expansion is the Calliope with the 6 22nd Armored Infantry is just such a nice synergy between artillery and buff.
Second dive bombing for a very nice value trade. Those are coming in very handy for TreePippit.
Yeah, and if there was ever a turn to lean into this advantage and get a bridge too far just for the offensive capability, this 5 credits would look very strong um, to be spent right there. But Tree opts for the trades.
And Spoker finally finding some ramp here, but not where he wants to find it for sure. A lot of blood and iron cards flying around right now. 62nd is being contemplated. Calliope in hand. We have our Felders set up for TreePippit, who is going to try to make some extra money here, most likely with his Maki.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, supply priorities and Calliope together not working out exactly as he necessarily wanted. But he will get that 2/2 buff. Or he won't. I might have read that card wrong. Blood and Iron, of course,
Uh,
new for us as well here in the booth.
Yeah, definitely. And honestly, this is the better outcome to get the Sherman to get some draw for Spoker because Spoker was his hit. He's kind of running out of steam right now. So hopefully this Sherman can refresh the deck and keep this advantage that he's built up humming.
Yeah, of course, the 62nd Armored Infantry, the way that reads is that your Shermans get +2/+2 when you deploy the 62nd Armored Infantry, but if you have none, you add a regular M4 Sherman, the old school Sherman, the draw Sherman we all know and love, to your hand. So really smart using sort of the second play off that card to try to set up some draw. And TreePippit, of course, knowing exactly how that works, knowing, hey, you just drew a Sherman. I'm certainly not giving you the front line. I'm not allowing that draw to be easy.
True, especially with that Sherman being revealed in Intel, Tree knows that it's there and wants to deny that draw. I mean, he's got to feel pretty confident knowing that Spoker only had that few amount of cards. However, Spoker is able to find a line to get the draw, and looking pretty good for now.
Yeah, really important for both players there. TreePippit to be able to deny it, Spoker still be able to pull off the Sherman draw, but it certainly wasn't without a little bit of strife. Throwing a 4/4 into a 4/2 hurts. Using your Jasco and spending all 4 credits to use it to take the front line, where it's then just going to be wrecked slowly anyway, also hurts. But he did get the Sherman draw off, and that was the most important portion of his turn. Really interesting game here. A game that feels much closer than the health totals would indicate here. That is all 3 off Clarungs for TreePippit, about the first half of his deck.
You love to see it, and this is Bree is like I said, he is getting to 12 credits to neutralize any advantage that Spoker had got, and that's definitely what you want to see um, as the Germany control side. However, Bomber Mafia and War Bonds are going to be some pretty powerful responses to regain the credit advantage and board control.
Huge marauder off of the Bomber Mafia as well. Next turn, Spoker can go for Marauder Glamour Boys and double up on that non-targeted deployment. A fat stack of 8 health after it's doubled with that big guard. Really going to set him with all of that extra money to a place where he can kind of look at TreePippit and say, give me your best shot. Not too worried.
Truly, truly. And Spoker has that advantage that the Marauder is certainly a strong pickup off the Bomber Mafia. It's by no means the best, but that extra health is going to be very nice. But also if Tree had to pick a bomber for Spoker to get, it certainly wouldn't be. It's certainly more desirable for him to get a Marauder than one of those top production order bombers.
Yeah, you could say probably in like the middle of the pack as far as usefulness. There are certainly worse options, but
Yeah.
certainly better as well. And then, of course, holding the Glamour Boy makes it maybe a bit of an easier pick. Decima, interesting here. Not really
Ooh.
worried about setting up that envelop. Second Bomber Mafia, just going right back to it. And now we have a Jay and a Banshee, both of which pretty good. Sets up an incredible strategic bombing, and just like that, TreePippit left with only a half health HQ. Thinking about taking the health total, but probably really wants that Marauder play. Maybe, yeah, just throw the Marauder down raw. Say, if you can remove this, good for you. If not, I'm about to probably win the game here. Or at least create something that is just going to be mega hard for Tree to deal with. Tree, of course, has been holding Leopold, though, for ages. And a big Mouse play as well, and a Panther D play. So
Not this turn on
don't
the
want to
mouse.
put, yeah, not this turn, but I don't want to shovel too much dirt around TreePippit quite yet.
Really interesting choice by Spoker to choose the Banshee over the B-24J suppress bomber. Now, and I totally can agree with it, but whenever you see a B-24 as an option from Bomber Mafia, you certainly are very tempted to just slam it. But knowing the matchup, knowing that TreePippit's threats are very big and very limited, you can definitely comfortably take the Banshee here to respond to anything TreePippit could play. And keep in mind, one of the large fighters has already been milled by TreePippit, so that is a huge threat gone just from the RNG of the decks. And this Banshee is going to come down with a vengeance on this Panther D.
Really great stuff. And also really mucks up that Leopold play, right? If you play Leopold here, you are just giving Spoker a chance to play that combo again for 8 health. You are giving him the solution to the Leopold instantly by giving him the Banshee back, which can just come down, kill the Leopold right off. Doesn't even know that Spoker's holding the Albacore to pin Leopold for a turn to even make it, something that he can do on his own time rather than sort of be forced to play the action right away. So really, really nice hand here from Spoker and TreePippit's. TreePippit's answers are just big and slow.
Want to play mouse here and see what happens?
I mean, I don't really know what else you do, right? You could hold up the countermeasures, which might be a little helpful, but really isn't going to get you anywhere. So yeah, we do see Mouse coming out,
Ooh,
taking out the bomber, which is really nice.
ladies and gentlemen, the mouse is in the house.
And I have to imagine you Albacore here. Could also production order and get a suppress bomber and get that 3 heavy armor off the Mouse to make it something that he can actually sort of challenge.
Wow. Spoker seizes the opportunity to go face here, and I can't disagree with what I'm seeing. As an opportunity.
Yeah, and this is a really tough shell. He really only needs 3 extra damage here to make this a win, as he has plenty of money to prod order into D bomber and ends this game with his plethora of backline units. Leopold comes out because it has to. There definitely is no choice. But now we are almost assuredly just going to see Banshee kill Leopold, and the Maus get Albacord once more. Could,
Or
of
vice
course, do that.
versa.
You could do that in reverse. I don't know that it truly matters either way. Only one of them is going to die, and you are, winning the game before the other one is dealt with. It's just not going to be really necessary. So
Wow.
unless, I believe TreePippit runs a single naval engagement, he basically has to draw it here.
That would have been a crazy top deck.
Research
might have-
not going to help him. Yeah, no, I would have screamed if TreePippit would have found his single naval engagement. Let me just
My
make sure that he
neighbors,
has it
my
as well.
neighbors would know. They would know.
Yeah.
Obviously, someone found a naval engagement in that
Yeah.
other apartment.
My neighbors would know because they're watching the stream right now. But yeah, for sure. Calliope also pretty helpful, especially with a 2 health unit on the board, but we don't need it. We've got an entire Air Force that is just huge coming to Mog, and you are gonna have a problem. So Spoker with a very strong victory with his US ramp deck, and TreePippit gonna have to search for that German win elsewhere. Spoker left with a Jaggro list and this SU tank list full of new Blood and Iron Soviet cards. So if you're TreePippit and you know that those are the only 2 possibilities you can face, both of which pretty unit based, how do you think you approach?
Well, TreePippit chose Germany, Italy as his leadoff, and I have to imagine he is assuming that it is a anti-aggro list, and he does not want to catch the ramp. So that ramp was the least favored matchup for him, hopefully in his mind. So this is what he would really like to catch it against the Jaguar. However, he also has pivoted away from it, so it's almost irrelevant now.
Yeah, Jagger for Spoker. TreePippit, not really a Jagger deck. Certainly has some Jagro-like tools, but of course goes way deeper, all the way to a Bonsai Home Defense and Empire of the Sun. So if TreePippit can kind of survive this initial Jagro onslaught, then he has some very powerful tools to sort of help him come back and make this a game. The main problem here is that the TreePippit not bringing any kind of island defense or anything like that. So, he's only ever having this 20 health. So all of this Jagger damage is going to be really tough. That new Crossfire card, which is a bit of Germany board clear, doing damage to all the units and then continuing as units die. Something that TreePippit might absolutely have to find here to have a chance.
Yeah, brutal choice for TreePippit. Do I want to um, desperate measures to clear, but keep me on 3 credits? Or and not have it later on to deal with some Aichis or wow, what a opening from Spoker, putting TreePippit already reeling on his heels.
And this still feels like an awful desperate measures, as you're just going to have a bigger Aichi to deal with. Doesn't know that Audacity is in hand for Spoker, but that's going to be another bomber that he would love to have killed by desperate measures with its 2 health, but he honestly probably cannot greed with it at all, probably cannot wait that long.
Yeah, and
Sorry, go ahead.
just thinking about TreePippit's lineup on a macro level, it almost seems as if he has targeted Brit Air with these decks that consistently have large fighters. And unfortunate for him, Spoker brought Brit US Ramp instead, so almost playing around what seems to have been TreePippit's macro strategy.
And interesting here as well that he did not go with the desperate measures for the board clear and chose instead to take the value trade, perhaps hoping to greed a little bit, maybe thinking that he bought himself just a little bit of space, a little bit of room, and can hopefully make that desperate measures count for more. There was perhaps an on the ascent play with 3 units with 2 damage. He could have even got his raiding brigade back with that play, and got himself some blitz units that would have been immediately useful as well. The problem would have been, of course, the 4-1 TK early would have still been in the front line, but with only 3 out of 4 credits spent on your on the ascent, you could have used one of those generated 1-drops to take out that 4-1. So I think that that would have been the play. However, really nice on the ascent here, and maybe, just maybe, TreePippit starting to stabilize.
I mean, Spoker has a lot of firepower left. And we're gonna see it roll out. I mean, and TreePippit stabilizes. I have enough breath with 10 HP left to play a non-blitz fighter. So I mean, I don't
Yeah,
know
getting the
here.
Winter Regiment to the front line could be a huge boon for TreePippit if he is able to pull that off. He is still sitting on the desperate measures. He has avoided using it thus far, which at this point, to the strategy of the game, Spoker probably thinking that with 2 opportunities for good desperate measure turns, that it's very possible Tree has not picked it up yet, and he probably isn't going to play around him top decking it. So really, really possible that TreePippit can maybe expose that into an even bigger play. Winter Regiment's going to be great here. It's going to give him another 1-drop that he can use. Just going to take the front line with it rather than use it as something to kill a unit in the front line.
Yeah, and Winter Regiment really was almost necessary to have in hand to respond, and it could be very strong, um, and swing this match. But suppression is going to be the answer that Spoker needed to remove that very powerful effect.
And Spoker also with a great draw with Aunt Frida, as he currently is sitting on an infantry, tank, and bomber. So with a infantry, tank, and bomber in hand as well. So going to be able to pull a lot of value out of that Aunt Frida without drawing deep into his deck. And that should bode well, should be pretty nice.
We
And then
see
finally see that desperate measures.
that's got to be a great, great clear. Looking pretty strong, almost like the right time to use it. And I don't know if you have played a lot with Aunt Frida and Jagro. I myself am running it. I do enjoy it. Um, the only fighters that Spoker has in his list that can take the final fighter buff from this are going to be the Seiyun and the Dragon Slayer. Um, so I don't know if you feel like it's just good enough for the infantry and the tank, and if you get it on one of those fighters, it's good enough. But personally, I'm running the Seiyun and Ahin, right? Because for 11 credits, you can deal 8 damage, just like the good old Jagro days.
It is very interesting and important to remember, as I did not remember a couple minutes ago, that that third Aunt Frida buff, as you are very specifically and astutely pointing out, is for fighters, not for air units. So all these Aichis, all these bombers, not relevant as far as Aunt Frida goes. Thank God Spoker has a Panzergren. That is basically the only fuel that this man has left. TreePippit has done a very nice way. A very nice stabilization here. Suppression for draw. Restore to block the bomber. I would have maybe liked to see the Aichi move up just to maybe cover the front line here, but I don't know. Maybe that's not a great play either. I have to imagine that this is a Panzergren turn. You could warble the Aichi and pin the resulting Aichi from the destruction. That really doesn't feel that good.
Yeah, and that last turn from TreePippit, that was an interesting choice to go with the Zyloser. I'm assuming, getting a 0 cost fighter down as early as possible is always going to be a good decision in that. But I'm interested in the Type 4, getting that down, as a when you have the tempo to play it. Um, Obviously, it could use its shock right now to clear that. Uh, to clear that 35T. Um, so yeah, I would have favored that myself, but can't argue with the Zyloser.
And getting the ambush guard down is definitely really nice. Against Jagro specifically, a lot of those small, fast units are going to struggle to get through that ambush. And thankfully now as well, TreePippit able to completely play around on the ascent. He already had a decent play with the singular, I'm sorry, the base Aichi. Of course, if you wanted to on the ascent that, he would have an even bigger bomber, and you're only getting a bomber, so terrible play. But now with the 1 damage unit, even worse. So basically nothing good here for Spoker to do. I have to imagine his only play, yep, is to Out of the Mist and then use the Whirlwind to kill the 1/1 unguarded bomber and pin its destruction.
Yeah, that Wind is just watching TreePippit play every single air unit in his list from the sideline.
And the Aichi is now starting to get buffed and roll.
Oh no.
Yeah, there's no good on the ascent play here. I think you have to restore because the 2 bombers, it'll at least block 1.
Yeah,
The worst part about this is, as you said, the shock is probably coming out now, so it's probably not even, the 5-2. Well, the 5-2 is pinned, of course, but probably not even how that was getting taken care of. So the 2-2 bomber is going to be able to kill the 1/1's restore, no problem. Really, really nice stabilization here by Tree. I can't really say that enough times.
Really nice stabilization.
And a huge play by Spoker as well at 10 damage, or I'm sorry, 10 health on Tree. He creates a 4/4 35T, runs it right up, hits him right in the face. I think that is the right call. You basically have to chase him down and hope at this point. But in a post-Sheedan world, perhaps you could make a case for that being the incorrect play, and that trying to value trade there maybe could extend the game. But this just definitely feels like as this game goes further and further, it only helps out
Ooh,
Tree.
that might
Type
be
93 basically a dead draw.
true. Drawing dead with Aunt Frida in hand. And like you just said, I don't know. The more and more, feel free to disagree with me, but I do like in Spoker's list the Heen over the Dragon Slayer, just because having that, being able to guarantee that extra damage with the Aunt Frida final form air buff on a blitz unit is just so premium.
Yeah. Considering those restore here, I don't really understand necessarily why. 10 damage to face here seems like the play, but he will set up his lethal next turn regardless.
Yeah, I'm assuming if you play it safe, you can't do a bunch of crazy buffs on the HE to um, deal 6 from hand.
But as you saw, Spoker immediately drawing into a fighter, so TreePippit with plenty of options for his lethal. It truly didn't matter, but perhaps a scenario there where not doing the 10 damage comes to bite him, as the next turn he certainly could not have due to the fighter would have had to sack one of those bombers. But we certainly have a set going here, tied 1-1 in our first match of the 2024 World Championship. Can't really ask for better here. We've got TreePippit playing a little more meta than what maybe we're used to TreePippit playing, but certainly with a little bit of alternative stuff as well. And then we also have Spoker playing a hard meta list, or certainly more of a hard meta list, and it is shaping up well for him as well.
Well, we're seeing Jagro versus Kangaroo Court. Let's go.
Yeah, the Kangaroo stream has begun.
It's the Kangaroo stream. It's TreePippit's Kangaroo Court, and we're just living in it. All right, tied up 1-1. Spoker going first on Jagro versus TreePippit's list. And one thing that was brought up was, how does this list handle aggro? So no better test to face aggro than going second against Spoker in the top 16 of the World Championship.
Yeah, Spoker hard sticking his Jagro here. Certainly feeling like he needs to press for that Jagro win now. So close last time. TreePippit with a full pass on turn 2 and a second Frida for Spoker with 2 units in the front line.
This is the dream start for any Aunt Frida enjoyers.
Yeah, I mean it's basically lethal. I mean it is lethal. He does have the guard, which will pop in the garrisons. He could also radar
You could
as well for
suppress it.
4 health. But yeah, if he doesn't see the play here, and I assume that he will, Spoker with a very quick lethal.
Our finest hour, more like our finest minute. That's how fast the game went.
Yeah, truly. 2 Ant Fridas and 2 Jagro units, all the man needs for a turn 4 victory. Blink of an eye, that one's over. I don't even think we properly commentated because we were just waiting for the game to get started, but it never got started. It only got over.
I can imagine Baron just coming back with popcorn and snacks, and it's already over. Sorry, Baron.
Yeah, sorry, man. Hayes didn't
Well,
even have enough time to make a chart during that game. Shout out all of our team heavy members.
what do you bring? What do you bring if you're Tree versus this Soviet list? What do you say? Hey, that Soviet list, you're going down. What do you bring?
Yeah,
I
maybe
guess
a little easier for Tree now that he knows exactly what he has to go up against. You know, there's no guesses here. There's no 50-50.
that's a nice HQ being brought by TreePippit.
And Tree moving off of Kangaroo Court, we are moving into a much more stalwart, let's say, German deck as Tree tries to force the ultimate game 5 planned for his tournament life here.
Yeah, one thing that is always interesting is when you're running Nasha, do you also run Arados, right? Because they almost have counter synergy, but TreePippit shows you that you can still run them together if you play it like that. And also point out, TreePippit has found Nasha in both of these matches in his starting hand, which is a great thing to find to get that value from it early.
See here what he gets from the Africa Core. At this point, with the vast amount of elites in the pool, Germany certainly with some great options, and then certainly with some less than great options. Early Felder here as we see Spoker with his first SUs in hand, both a 3 and 4 cost option. Getting ready to make this deck sing here. A song TreePippit does not want to hear.
Interesting. Interesting developments. Yeah, and once these tanks start rolling, that is a lot of beef coming at TreePippit just to see if he can hold the line versus all of these tanks.
Yeah, really, really tenuous moment for the game. And using the fight keyword to take out the mechanized infantry early, very, very nice. And then Spoker with a nice play of his own, getting his first 2 stolen credits here.
An interesting choice. Do you deny the draw or you deny the credits?
Yeah, there's a decent 35T play to be made here, but as you said, or sort of alluded to, you're kind of also setting up Noxious plays for TreePippit to manufacture some of his own free money.
You're also setting up crossfire plays by leaving your tank on 1.
Another good point. Something certainly new to think about. Kind of interesting card for Germany to get. Really replaces something that they might have lost a long time ago when what was the name of the -1, -2 to everything card
Root out.
Germany had?
Root
Root
out.
out. Yes, yes. Thank you.
One thing that I was thinking about was TreePippit's list has 3 dive bombings in it, and you say 3 dive bombings. That's unheard of. But no, let me point out that first of all, it is a good card to trade with TreePippit's list. However, it is an easy way to manipulate Crossfire to board wipe by dinking 1 unit for one health so that you can set up the full crossfire wipe. And I'm wondering if that is part of TreePippit's reason for bringing them. And that would be pretty cool.
Yeah, that's a really excellent point. There's some very cool synergy between those 2 cards that you could certainly make with Crossfire, with trying to get that Crossfire text to proc so that it kills a unit and then goes off again, maybe killing another unit, maybe going off again, etc.
Yeah. And an interesting thing, the attack in the colonies was only going to deal 3. And a lot of these tanks that Spoker is going to be rolling out have 4. So it's not even sufficient to handle a full tank.
Yeah, perhaps dreaming of one of those dive bombings right now.
TreePippit dreaming about dive bombings. Wake up! You're in the World Championship. Ooh, glide bombing. The big brother of dive bombing.
Truly, as this match sort of looks like it might be shaping up for Spoker. These heavy armor tanks are able to value trade into 4/4s with
Um,
excellent efficiency.
you would think that, however, that German elite infantry is going to nullify the heavy armor effectively here. Or they would have if it wasn't just straight out with the T-35T. All right. Boker looking to he has both the board control. TreePippit has the hand size advantage right now.
Yeah, the 110 Panzer Grenadier.
Oh, a full refund of the card by hitting 2 units with 4 attack. What do you think about that?
And definitely incredible. That's why TreePippit is bringing that card. That is what he is hoping to get off of it. He is now able to get 4 damage units into the front line with 110 Panzer in the back, ensuring that all of those 4 or more attack units are now 7 or more attack, giving that +3 buff.
Yeah, that's draw 2 for 0k.
Draw 2 for 0k, just nutty, stupid, insane.
All right. In
Spelled
Spoker,
hair, not what you want.
yeah, you never would have, seen the day when. Sorry, this is just really funny. When 1939 would print pot of greed and cards.
Really. Spoker sort of thinking this turnout. That, of course, is a 7-2 in the front line, effectively.
Here comes the glide bombing too. Big turn from Spoker. Spoker needs at this point to maintain the board control, and Tree desperately
Maki.
needs to answer it.
Yeah, Maki's pretty helpful here, able to take the 4/4 heavy armor off of the board. And then kind of his only move here. He could also, of course, take the 6/4 off the board instead, which will save him some health. Obviously, generating 2 off the action for this as well. Maybe holds up Stranglehold. Possible big play there.
Ooh,
Ooh, a big Blitzkrieg.
a
Big
big
Blitzkrieg and a
double
big
Blitzkrieg.
Stranglehold. So Spoker really needs to not play mechanized, as he immediately went for it. Maybe then thinking it out, like, wait. Maybe also even going for some Felder here, thinking about a very specific order to generate himself some credits. But it
Oh,
will have to wait till
oh,
tomorrow. It has been
Spoker.
procrastinated.
TreePippit just slams a triangle choke on Spoker's credits and
Yeah,
strangles.
spending 1 to get rid of 5. Very, very
Oh
nice for
no.
Spoker. I'm sorry, very, very nice for TreePippit. Spoker did well to mitigate it a little bit by not playing mechanized. Uh, and of course, with the only orders being Blitzkriegs and the biggest units being 4 cost, there wasn't really that much better of a way to play around Stranglehold. Not really much he could do
He,
except to suffer.
he left 6 damage on the table.
That's true. Obviously, very good point. Spending that money to order the board first so that it ensures that it gets spent is the very classic way to play around Stranglehold. Excellent point.
Poker was tunnel vision, saw blood. He saw blood and was coming with the big tanks. The tanks, he wanted to get them rolling in. And unfortunately, he got strangleholded.
But Felder, giving him 2 credits back. We've got a Blitz tank. We've got some stuff going on. BT7 also able to blitz. Going to be a great answer for that big Maki. But Spoker running out of the most important resource, his health total.
Yeah, health. Where have you gone? And keep in mind, TreePippit has 6 damage from hand right now. Ooh, this is going to be the crossfire turn. Can we see it with the dive bombing to get the board wipe? Boom, boom, boom. Let's go, TreePippit.
Yeah, couldn't
Oh,
quite afford the lethal with double call to the colonies to face, and there's restore. So he sets up a complete board wipe. And Spoker
there
was
it
doomed
is.
there, even if he was able to wipe the board. We are
One
going
more
to
round.
a
One
fifth
more
and
round.
final. Absolutely one more round. Can't ask for more from the opening set of the 2024 World Championships going down to the wire. There might be 16 players today in this bracket, but there is no losers bracket. There is no lower bracket. These are two players fighting for their tournament lives. They've got one game left, and we know exactly what we're seeing. We're seeing Kangaroo Transport against the new SU Tank deck. And after this first set, I will finally remember to properly spectate. I do
You know what they
apologize.
say.
Bit of a new job. I get too into
Sometimes,
talking.
yeah. Um, I mean, excusable when you're this into this match.
Mechanized infantry, turn 1 looking great. Yak turn 2 looking great. Where
Tree
is the
Pippett's
kangaroo?
hand. Tree Pippett's hand is gross. And that full mulligan into an a very expensive hand.
Meanwhile, Spoker, embarrassment of riches, 35T. Yak, we're drawing extra. We're doing 4 face damage on turn 3. You got to check that in, brother. Yeah, 2 damage. We got to get this guy down. You can't be letting time. You can't be giving kangaroos time to grow up.
You can't
Carpet
let
bomb could be
kangaroos
a
grow.
big draw, but it's going to be hard for him to get there. Garrison's going to give
Smokers
him a small guard, and the Sincerely Yours also plays big here.
Spokers says kangaroo transport? You're just a Joey.
More of a wallaby transport, am I
A
right?
wallaby transport. Shout out wallabies.
Shout out wallabies. Also,
Finding
shout out
Nemo.
jollibees.
What's the address of the where Finding Nemo was taken to? Wallaby Way in Sydney.
I believe so. 643 Wallaby Way. I'm making those numbers up, but they sound good.
Sounds good to me. And
A little bit of ramp for TreePippit. Not really what he wants, but also exactly what he wants.
I can't help but think when I see this board that we're playing on that the center white line is the finish line. Just metaphorically, who can get
And
across the finish
metaphysically.
line? Yeah, and metaphysically it is. There you go. Aristotle loves cards. Um,
Certainly
I
a lot
mean,
of options here. I would almost think about sickling the Fury infantry there and throwing the Yak into it. We've gotten quite a bit of draw from our Yak. Might be time to settle down on that. But Spoker says, no, I'm fine. I am not worried about losing this race whatsoever, and I like the extra cards.
yeah, TreePippit
He is
wishes
going to
he
mill
could.
one.
You gotta think that Tree is screaming for carpet bomb, but even now it's looking a little bit too slow. If you can't get a full wipe with that SU on board.
Sexton is a very nice play here. I thought maybe we would see Sincerely Yours. The
Oh,
Corson being
Corson.
the mill target is brutal. And the health total not looking that great for Spokers. He's done so much damage to himself for the extra draw that he really hasn't built too much up of a lead here.
Well, he's winning on board and in hand.
He is, and those are two very, and, he does have all 3 leads, but it does make it appear a little more closer than it might necessarily need to feel. Personally, I think I would have thrown the Yak in with a sickle, get that board cleared, don't mill myself, and then sort of continue out my plans for what I'm trying to do. but Spoker's
this is
still
it.
in the catbird seat.
Sometimes you
TreePippit,
cat, sometimes you
yes.
bird.
TreePippit with a couple delaying plays here. Wants to wait on that carpet bomb for sure. Blackwatch. So he's got a Blackwatch, and then he also has
Ooh, I love the
just the
mill.
Blackwatch for guard for now. But sorry, go ahead.
I love this mill here. You're gonna force them to draw, and they get 2 cards off the. Oh boom! Oh boom! Gone.
Right,
Those are
right.
some nice tanks to get.
And like I said, Yak now starting to look
Oh.
more and more
Oh.
annoying, but with a little bit of suppression, you no longer have a guard.
Oh.
You have very
Spoker.
little health.
Sorry, I'm just so excited because the Blackwatch extra cost on the suppression removes this Blitz tank potential lethal just by not being able to afford it anymore. That was a really crucial Blackwatch effect to keep TreePippit. He doesn't even know. I guess he could know because the hand size of Spoker conveys a lot of threats, but wow.
All right, finally getting rid of that pesky Yak. Got mechanized infantry though, so we still have plenty of ways to draw
Ooh.
that commando mixed with the carpet bomb. Certainly good. Really needs to get that 2/6 into the front line so that it can at least sort of guard without having the guard keyword.
Tree's just delaying this carpet bomb. I'm the Tree's ability to delay board wipes to the opportune time is really impressive. And if you go back to that Jagro versus Japan German Air, when how many turns would you have played Desperate Measures before he played Desperate Measures? How many turns would you have played Carpet Bomb before Tree played Carpet Bomb?
Ooh, and he draws into wave after wave, which could be huge. Now getting multiple AoE options, but more importantly, wave after wave 4 damage. So
Oh, let's go!
we're kangarooing. And the 2/6, as we said, able to
Let's
serve some purpose
go!
now, even though it has
What?
been suppressed. We're back up to 13 health. Suddenly we have the
What?
health and board lead. Suddenly TreePippit has the health and
What?
board lead.
Dude, these plays are insane. I love watching this match.
SU will trigger mech, so we get a little bit of draw. We're getting some veteran units here. Really nice value trades. But now this is an excellent carpet bomb, and we can even go all the way to wave after wave if we're truly worried about that 1 damage on the SU.
This is what we draw here. I think you got a convoy wave after wave
Convoy wave
here.
after wave. It's going to replace the 2 cards in your hand. It's going to give you the board wipe.
Man,
Oh, and a Black
Black
Prince draw.
Prince. Dude, Spoker, seeing this wave after wave, he's got to start sweating.
Yeah, the Blitzkriegs could definitely be a little thwarted here by the Black Prince if he can get that out. But of course, the SU deck being so strong with just how much damage those units do, that it's also very
Oh,
possible that it doesn't matter at all.
do you want to see me play a cool tank? You want to see me do it again? That's what Spoker's doing.
Yep, and I have to imagine this is probably where we get the carpet. We're just going to kind of dribble through these as we go. but a Blitz Tank and a Blitzkrieg together in Spoker's hand, it's certainly getting close. So, yeah, I
No,
mean, you
yeah,
got a board clear here.
no. I mean, but Spoker has another SU 100, so with I don't know. It just seems like
If he tries to, I agree, but if he tries to put it off any longer, right, then he probably loses no matter what. So at some point, if he board clears, the single SU with the Blitzkrieg is only 7 damage out of 9. And if he doesn't board clear, he's just going to be able to pull off a Blitzkrieg that's going to be able to do above 15, I would
yeah.
imagine.
But Spoker's gonna have enough credits to SU 100 and then double Blitzkrieg.
Oh, you're right. So it's going to be over no matter what. Really close game, really hard to see all the lines here, but this does
No.
appear to be over, especially with the BTs, the little blitz tanks. And the Krieg is going to take it. All you need is fast tanks in the end of the game, and you are able to buff them up way high. TreePippit with not enough stall. An incredible match, but Spoker is going to move on. What a game.
Wow, that was a great series. And I mean, my brain is still stuck on this match. TreePippit's list just didn't have the stall to get there. It just didn't seem like it. You know, it had a lot of extra draw. It had the Crusaders, it had the Thunderbolts. It seemed like it was going just places that I had no idea it existed. And in the end of the day, he was hammering the board with wipes, and Spokers just could answer it. He just had the answers to the test.
Taking, I think, with a really great observation about TreePippit's lists and sort of how they were constructed, it does feel like maybe he was targeting air, or certainly thought that he was going to see a lot of air and perhaps had some tech choices. And of course, runs into Spoker right away, who is not playing any air whatsoever. So maybe a bit of a matchup issue for him. Perhaps TreePippit with a little bit of a more favorable bracket draw perhaps could have done really well with the decks that he brought. Certainly Kangaroo Transport, we did see it be useful. We did see the card get played, very cool, but probably the deck that he is going to be thinking about a little bit extra for the rest of the year, so to speak. But really great match. Let's move things along, take a look at our bracket, and throw to our next set of casters.
Yeah, so I guess we can just talk about the results that we see on the board. Spoker is advancing to place winner will win. Um, you know, that is the outcome that we get. Intradiction going down, and then we can highlight, I guess, the other match before we throw it over. Dandelion 3-0 over Stanislav, and Zyloser 3-2 over Guest. Some interesting matchups. Sad to see Intradiction go down. Good to see winner will win. Move on.
Absolutely, and HQT and Takao with another extremely hard-fought series. And then, of course, in the other end of the bracket, we have Gorkyu with a huge 3-0 over Juan. Definitely exciting. Gorkyu bringing some heat with some interesting lists as well. So very cool to
But
see him move on. We will get
I
a
just want to
chance
say
to
one
see.
thing real fast.
Sure.
In this Takao versus HQT game, it came down to Takao needing to find 2 damage for lethal, and he played desperate measures to win, and it got ultra'd. That's how close it was.
Woo! Oh man, so really impressive world championship by Takao. One of his basically his first year in the competitive scene. So hopefully he takes a lot of pride in what he was able to accomplish this year. Really great from him. And then I believe, was it Henry with our mill packages?
Yes.
So unfortunately, a brilliant idea, not so brilliant today. We do love to see Henry with some incredible ideas, a guy that has, become not much of a stranger to the OCC. Not working out so great for him today, but just the wherewithal and the bravery to kind of really trust in that idea and to be like, listen, if I think Mill is good, then I think Mill is good, and we are going 3 Mill decks. So very cool. Let's throw it over to our next set of casters with Starry and Berto, and they will take us through our next match.
Thank you very much, Fanatron and Corn Guy. That was an excellent cast. And now I am here joined with Starry, and we are going to see the match between Killswitch and Kalen BZ, and see which of them will have the privilege to get 3-0'd by Gork in the next round. Shall we take a look at the decks?
Yeah, let's take a look. All right, first up we have Killswitch coming in with only 1,600 total matches in this season, but with an astounding 70% win rate. Killswitch is representing Turkey. He is lovingly known as Killswitch Abi. Coming in with Germany as the most played faction and Annihilation as his favorite card. And let's see what he's packing today. So first up, we have a US-Soviet mid-range list relying heavily on tanks, with Patton, which is a card that I didn't expect to see today. The deck is titled Patton is Better Than Monty. Then we have a Soviet Germany mid-range list, very similar to the list that we were just looking at in our last match. So we'll see if Killswitch can find the success that Spoker found. And then Killswitch is sort of switching it up and doing the same thing, but reversing the nations, going for a Germany Soviet tank mid-range list. Both of these relying on these 12 guards mechanized and looking to get those tanks in with some blitzkriegs. And then lastly, we have Britain Japan Air, which is titled Monty is Better Than Patton. And the first card in the list is Monty. But this list is taking advantage of Duty Bound, which is a very interesting card. I was expecting to see Defeat in Detail, which is a card that many Brit air lists have been running recently. It's one of the reasons that people have kind of went back to Japan as the principal ally for this archetype. But we won't see that today. Instead, we're going to be seeing Duty Bound, which gives your guys buffs, but those buffs get stronger the more Duty Bounds you play. So a really solid list, 4 mid-range lists, and I think that regardless of what we see his opponent bringing, it's going to be very tough. I mean, 4 mid-range lists, going to be difficult to choose a ban, so. All right, Berto, I'll pass it off to you.
Terrific. So for Kalen, we have a bit of a smaller pool of games played compared to a lot of these players, with 3,254 over the year. And favorite card, Wrath Lightning. And if we look into the decks, we'll see if it shows up in those lists. So first up, we have this US-Germany sort of frontline deck, a little more top end than maybe most decks, with 2 copies of Schützen, 2 Pack 40s, and 2 20 Panzer Grenadiers. So really trying to slug it out in the late game, only having 1 738 Jaeger regiment. Maybe feeling that with the nerf, you don't need to run 3 copies of them anymore, and makes room for some of these other cards that he's these very powerful 4-drops and 5-drops that he's taking in the German slots. Next up, we have a Jagro deck, and there's a few interesting things going on here. Of course, we have the new card, the Key 30 Anne, a very powerful bomber that is a little similar to the old German burn that you used to run in aggro, being able to spend 4 to deal 4 damage to the enemy HQ if they don't have a fighter. And then the German slots, some interesting decisions. Going back to running 7th Schützen in Jagro and Enigma as well. So some classic cards that maybe haven't seen the limelight in a little bit, but still very powerful. And then we have a Jur US mid-range, very similar to what we saw a lot before the expansion came out. And this deck has gained a few new cards. It very notably has sort of lost Reichsbank, which was sort of key in this deck. So we'll see without that card, how does this deck still fare? I would reckon it still fares pretty well, even with the nerf. And finally, we have Brit-German Air with 4 copies of Suppression. Of course, a very, very powerful card if you almost always have an air unit to go along with it. And running 2 copies of Crossfire, which is really interesting because Brit Air has sort of struggled to found a board clear after the Empire Strikes got put into the reserve pool. So Kalen this time opting to see if Crossfire is the board clear that he needs to make this deck as powerful maybe as it once was. Maybe not as powerful as it once was, but on a competitive level anyways. And even running 3 copies of number 9 Commando. So some very interesting and spicy choices in this list, and I'm excited to see how it performs, even if it doesn't have his favorite card, Wrath Lightning, in it.
Interesting.
We will
So
not see
Killswitch
how.
is
Okay.
yeah, so Killswitch's Soviet Germany mid-range list is banned. It seems like it's a deck that we might be seeing several times today, and we can see how successful it is at both generating value with those mechanized and also just pushing for damage. And Kalen losing the Britain-Germany deck. Berto, what do you think about this?
I think that's fair. I mean, the deck did just get Monty back, and Monty is just an insane card that, you know, these players have lost to it so many times before. It got a small nerf, but it's still so powerful. I don't blame anyone not wanting to see that. And, you know, Air is always decently strong against pretty much everything. I don't think it's unreasonable by any means.
Yeah, I think that it's definitely the list that's slightly different than the others, that air list. I think that the other ones are more like ground-based mid-range, and then the air list just could present some problems, especially if it goes first. I think it's interesting that if you don't have if you don't have Japan and go for Germany instead, you lose access to air sup. And so I think that could be why we're seeing those commandos, because maybe if you put like Swordfish turn 1, Commando turn 2, that kind of fills the same role that Air Sup did. But you're not going to be able to kill the mechanized like you would with Air Superiority.
Yeah, I'm just looking through Killswitch's lists again. I'm trying to think, you know, how good is 4 copies of Suppression against your lineup? Because I feel like that's a really key part in this ban. And particularly, I think the 12th Guards Mechanized is likely a card that you don't want getting suppressed in the early game, which this air deck would be able to do. So I think, you know, that might have been like one of the major considerations. Killswitch is also running a lot of that SU 100, which can be a little susceptible to suppressions. You know, if you get like heavy armor 2 on something, then, you know, it can be removed, play a number 9 commando and kill it, and then that can really be devastating to your game plan.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. The only thing that kind of I find worth talking about is that if you're Kalen, how do you say, instead of banning one of these decks that's completely different, I'm going to ban the Soviet Germany list? But Kalen still has to get through that German Soviet list. I mean, it's almost the same list, just swap some cards out here and there. So, how do you think Kalen's going to deal with that German Soviet list? And what do you think makes the difference between the Soviet Germany and the Germany Soviet?
For me, if I was in Kalen's shoes, it probably comes down to you play as many test games against a friend playing Killswitch's lists when they came out yesterday. You see which ones you have a slightly better win rate into, and you hope that there weren't major anomalies in those games. Because when you're comparing, two lists, they're the same general archetype, they're running so many of the same cards. It's really hard to just eyeball the list and make a judgment call like that. So I think you just have to make an informed guess even on which one of these decks that you think is just built a little more solidly and which deck might crumble under pressure just that tiny bit more easily.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Um, I'm kind of surprised that the air didn't eat the ban on Killswitch's side. I mean, I think that air has it's very solid, but then also has the ability to completely high roll your opponent, especially if they're on mid range. As far as Kalen's US Germany deck, how do you feel about Alpenfestung, Leo, just these cards that are super high risk, super high reward? I feel like you really got to have some some bravery to go for these options.
Yeah, so I mean, Leopold sort of goes to the strategy of not banning air because Leopold has so much potential against Brit air. Alpenfesting, though, I would say is a little bit different in that it's most valuable against Jagro, which we do not see from Killswitch, which may be a surprise to Kalen. That's always the card, one of the cards in this deck that I'm always like, I lose to this card when I'm playing Jagro like so often when I'm just like inches away, but there's so many matchups where it's just a dead card and you can't afford to lose the 10 cards in your deck, or 7 cost is too much of a negative tempo swing that you're going to lose based on board control if you use it to heal. So I think in these matchups, Kalen is going to be really sad to have Alpenfesting in this deck. But
Yeah.
if he moves on to play Gork, Alpenfesting might be incredibly useful against Gork's Japan sort of hyper aggro, almost OTK deck. So, it's really, it takes matchup dependency and just amps it up to 11.
Mm-hmm.
And this time it does not look like it paid off.
And Killswitch debating whether to go for the unsafe play of a full mulligan. The problem is with Brit Air, you really, really want to hit that turn 1, and you have a million buffs in your deck. Your buffs don't do anything without your air units, but your air units do things without your buffs. And so normally you do want to mulligan the vast majority of your buffs in order to make sure that you can hit those 1-drops, and it absolutely pays off for Killswitch. Pays off in spades.
Yeah, this is a really good hand going first. Kalen also has a really good hand. 2 War Machines at the start of the game, and a Pack 40 and Sudden Strike being some of the best cards you can have against air.
Absolutely.
Now, it is nice to draw your duty bounds early, right? Because they scale up in effectiveness, of course.
Mm-hmm.
But you really want to spread the buffs as much as possible when you're thinking about things like Sudden Strike, Pack 40, Admiral Hipper, even. And
Man.
Kalen just has all of it.
Yeah, it looks like Kalen is gonna be able to get through Killswitch's first wave. Killswitch is not overcommitting, which I think is super crucial here, to make sure that he doesn't lose too many resources if Kalen does have one of those blowout cards. And Killswitch does draw the Sincerely Yours, which means that even if Kalen does blow up some of these dudes, at least Killswitch has the follow up on the following turns.
Yeah, that's
But
probably
either way,
his
it is.
next. Sorry, that's
Yeah.
probably his next turn lined up for him, you think, after this.
Yep. Interesting. The Type 94.
Now, it's interesting this sort of decision point on how buffs get allocated and how many you're able to put on the Type 94, because the more buffs you put on a Type 94, the more likely Kalen is to want to pack 40 it for the draw. So, what's like the break point where Kalen decides between pack 40ing the air unit or the tank?
Mm-hmm.
Um,
The thing is that if you don't go for any buffs on the tank, then it just trades really nicely with the Jaeger for Kalen.
yeah.
So it's kind of a lose-lose situation either way. Killswitch is definitely not going to be happy, basically no matter what he does with the outcome of the next turn. And looks like gonna split the buffs evenly.
Yeah, I think this is the move, because if you go the other way with the buffs, then the tank has 2 defense. You pack 40 the air unit, and you can't trade off the tank. So I think this makes the decision as difficult as possible for Kalen.
Mm-hmm. And a
And now,
difficult decision for Killswitch.
yeah, I'm wondering, what are the sort of cards that you're thinking about? If I hit this off of Sea Patrol, or Sea Embargo, what are the ones that make it worth playing over playing Sincerely Yours here?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure, like, I think Albacore might be the best. Swordfish is not great, especially knowing Kalen's hand.
Yeah. If
I guess
Killswitch,
go ahead.
if Killswitch can like Sincerely Yours into a duty bound, I mean, yes. Oh, I'm gonna be honest. I didn't really, I did not calculate correctly that Kalen would be able to take out that swordfish. And yeah, Killswitch is in a tough position, so close and yet so far.
Yeah, I will say that it's easy to be harsh to Killswitch here, but he went for the faster line when your opponent already had pack 40 and Sudden Strike. It's really unfortunate from Killswitch's perspective that Kalen also has the Admiral Hipper. Those are some of the most powerful cards against Brit Air, and he could have, in theory, played around all of those cards a little bit better at the end, but are you even supposed to in that situation? Or are you supposed to say, this is really hard to deal with, there's only 1 or 2 cards in my opponent's deck that can answer this?
Yeah,
I'm willing to take that risk.
I think the risk is absolutely worth it, personally. I don't know about you. There's definitely better players than me to make that call, but Yeah, I mean, I think you can't play around everything all the time, especially when a lot of those cards are pretty much purpose built to beat you in decks similar to you. So, yeah, you kind of just have to make decisions at the end of the day, and I don't think Killswitch chose wrong. It's just unfortunate to see your opponent have pretty much all the stuff that they need.
Yeah, it's almost more of a more of a play style difference than like whether a decision is right or wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I can think of some players who really go and stretch themselves to play around certain cards, and some players who rarely make those kinds of decisions to play around particularly one-ofs, or if board clears are bad, you just say, well, if he has it, he has it.
Mm-hmm. I'm almost surprised to not see the Leo come out from Kalen here. Um, just because none of the units have Blitz, it would take at least an entire turn just to replay them, and then you'd have a big artillery to start taking them out one at a time. You could use the Leopold to kill the Spitfire, but maybe there's something that I'm missing.
So I think the idea here from Callan has to be that, if my opponent, they have draw, and then they're able to get a bunch of units onto the board, and they have like 2 close air supports, or last 2 duty bound, something like that, then I still have Leopold as an answer to all those stats. Which is, what you're used to trying to get out of Leopold in this matchup, I suppose. Now,
Yeah, even in the end, Killswitch had pretty solid outs between the Illustrious and other options, like maybe a Kitty Hawk. Um, but it looks like Killswitch just needs a slightly different combination to close out this game.
yeah, and Illustrious is quite interesting because with duty bounds, it becomes so scary. Because his next duty bound, if he's able to find it, which is not too likely because you're down 2 already. But if you find it, it's +3/+3. Suddenly, this is 5 damage and burst. Your opponent's at 6. So then the question becomes, how many turns do you have here? Panzer 35T might lower those number of turns, or Panzer 3L2.
There's the Kitty Hawk, and
Ooh.
it's really close. It is extremely close. Callan continues to make the conservative plays, and if Callan continues to do that, then Killswitch might have the opportunity to come back here.
If Kitty Hawk goes face, then Killswitch has 5 outs next turn. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm thinking the 3 copies of close air support and the 2 copies of duty bound. Wellington would be 1 credit off.
You also would have 2 copies of Shark as well, because you would do 2 with the Kitty Hawk, and then you could play Illustrious plus Shark for 4 damage, so that's already up to 7 outs. And then if you consider all the ways that you could draw into that, you only have 9 credits, so you would need to draw like Convoy into specifically duty bound or cast. But anyways, that isn't the option that Killswitch goes for anyways. Killswitch is going for a last-ditch effort to try and establish a board presence, which, given Callan's hand, I think is going to be very difficult.
Yeah, sort of Killswitch kind of banking that his opponent doesn't have 3 damage from hand. And now I'm sure Killswitch has been alt-tabbing to take a look at Kalen's list a lot more than I do, but I feel like there were pretty good chances that, that board gets fully cleared. And even if it doesn't, and you have one unit, how likely are you to take good advantage of that? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Killswitch by any means had a solid 2 turns left, but neither of these 2 draws would have done it, so I don't think Killswitch would have gotten there either way.
No, certainly not with these draws. But we've seen games where there's one card as a possible out, and players have hit it. So it's certainly not out of the question that he could have hit some of those draws for lethal as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about you, but it's always your opponent that does that, and never you. That's just like my own statistics, though, right? I mean,
And at this point, Killswitch knows that it's completely over.
yeah.
With this tank in the backline, the 6/6 preventing Killswitch's draw when it moves into the front line. There is nothing to find, no hope, no Monty into Wellington shenanigans. That is all she wrote.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I need to take a page out of Gork's book and practice top decking, practice believing in the heart of the cards. So, all right, and Kalen needs to get there with the Germany deck and the Japan deck. Which one do you think is gonna be easier to secure the win with, and which one is gonna be harder?
That is a good question. I suppose that Jagro I often like against these mid-range decks because, especially with the Jaeger nerf, I feel like Jagro has, a lot more sort of footing to stand on, I suppose. Where you're able to just get, some incidental damage in the early game, and it leads into finding, some burn at the end, especially with the Key 30 Anne being introduced. I think it just makes things a little easier, but historically, frontline is a really good matchup against air, so that is also playing into Kalen's favor.
Yeah, the question I think for Killswitch here is whether or not to keep the Albacore. Albacore can be really solid, but at the same time, if you don't find a 1-drop, you're gonna be SOL if your opponent has some early plays.
Yeah, and we might see the rare scout car punish.
That's
We do
that's
see
the
the
exact
scout car
card that
punish.
Killswitch needed. Oh my gosh, feels really bad for Kalen.
Yeah, I've played a lot of scout car. I find the situations where your opponent has a 1-drop, you go second, and you have to play scout car, and then your opponent gets to kill scout car before you kill their unit. I find those situations quite rare. I think I've only had it happen once to me in all my scout car playing, but man, when it comes up, does it feel bad? And do you wish you just played a Greyhound?
Yeah, well, that is at the end of the day why people were a little bit hesitant about Scout Car. I don't know if you remember that, but right when the card came out, people were really hesitant about it because they're like, okay, well, what if your opponent plays like a strong 1-drop and then into 35T, and then you end up just having to give them the 1/1, and you don't even trade well. And so people were on Greyhound for a while just as a vanilla 1/3 blitz instead of Scout Card because they thought the effect was actually bad, detrimental over a vanilla effect essentially. So yeah, I think that people have gotten over their their initial fears, but um, yeah, it definitely can be not ideal in certain cases.
Yeah, the fears are definitely not unfounded. I still think Scout Car is worth that risk, but I don't know if Colin would be able to say that right in this exact moment. Uh, after that really feels bad situation just took place. Oh, and the shark off of Sea Embargo. No.
And specifically the top deck air superiority. It'd be one thing if Killswitch had it and chose to keep it, post mulligan, but yeah. The Pathfinders though kills the shark, forces Killswitch to attack it with one of their units. It definitely buys the time that Kalen needs. The problem is that Kalen doesn't have a ton of great follow up with these Shermans unless they can maybe find a 164th. So we'll see.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, when I was looking at Callan's deck, there were only 3 164ths in this, I believe, so that leaves 2 for these Shermans. Otherwise, you have to wait till turn 7 for a scout car to be able to draw off of it. But 20 Panzergren looking pretty formidable here.
Yeah, I mean 20 fans are gone. The issue, right, is after you play it, if you don't have an infantry, then you could get into some trouble. But that problem doesn't seem to be super relevant because Kalen finds that PIR, and Killswitch doesn't have any consistent way of getting rid of it.
Yeah, and we'll see if Killswitch decides to push up one of these fighters to play around Sherman. Because, Smokescreen is kind of a bit like Blitz with Sherman in, that it can help to enable the draw off of the card, but rather through evasion than speed. Instead, just going for the pin, which also achieves preventing the Sherman draw. Although I also misspoke earlier. I don't know why I said turn 7 for the Sherman draw with a scout car when it's obviously turn 6 is all you need. For some reason, I factored in the attack, I suppose.
And Killswitch is one off of lethal. Maybe this enemy contact can find what they need. I mean, I can't imagine that Killswitch doesn't get the win here. And there's the duty bound. That's it. Sorry, I'm very smart. Killswitch needs 1 more damage because that is the first duty bound.
Yeah, so a bit of a decision here. Do you Monty the PIR to prevent the Sherman draw? I would say it doesn't really matter because if your opponent plays Sherman here, they're not doing enough to answer your board. So why bother? And then you can just play duty bound, perhaps.
All right, so pack 40, 35T, that takes out 2 of them, but having your guys be pinned, yeah, there's no way to completely wipe that board. And we're gonna see it go to 1-1.
Yeah, well, we see what you were talking about with the strength of air and how scary that deck is, and why you would have considered banning it if you were in Colin's shoes.
Yeah, I mean, Kalen is right that he was able to get a win off against air, and it's going to be difficult to get 2 wins off against air. It's very consistent, but yeah, I mean, I can't fault Kalen for leaving it open because we saw that they were completely able to play through it in game 1. So um, the question I think in the series is what is Killswitch's US deck gonna look like? I mean, that US deck is completely different than basically anything that I've seen before. It does the tank stuff, but it doesn't really play the Sherman stuff. And so will it be a strength or a liability? in this series?
Yeah, that's a good question. When I look at Killswitch's US deck, I get really excited seeing the pattern and the bocage warfare. Those are just some cards that really tickle my fancy.
I mean, I love seeing Patton. I think that Patton is, I don't want to say it's fantastic or anything like that. I would not go so far as to say that it's fantastic, but man, back in the day, you could go Patton into Chocolate Boy into Chocolate Boy into Chocolate Boy into Chocolate Boy. You know, you could do some very, very silly things with Patton, and I would really like to see Killswitch get a chance to use it, whether it be in this series or some future one. I really, really want to see how that card works on stream.
Now, this is precisely the hand that Killswitch wants to see against Jygro. Nakshub, 738, and Panzer 2A, all just incredible tools in this situation.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely insanely good at countering Jagro. Yeah, and Kalen just going for the signal, knowing that if they push up the 15th cav, that, I mean, it's obvious that Killswitch is gonna have something to deal with it, and rather would save the 15th cav for a turn where either you're not giving your opponent the Noshev, or maybe you're going for an expansion play. So
Yeah, even before Nashub gets a single credit, it's already impacting the game and how it forces Colin to play, which
yeah,
really goes to show the strength of the card, I think.
yeah, I think that turn one Nashub has to be, it has to be the strongest card in the game. I can't think of, as far as being played on turn one, I can't think of a start that I would prefer for basically any deck.
Yeah, maybe some Iron from the North shenanigans, but obviously you're introducing a lot more inconsistency once you start talking about something like that.
I suppose that a case could be made for war production into 64th Panzer Grenadier. But I was mostly thinking about stuff that's in the standard pool, yeah.
Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. Now, I'm a little curious that Colin goes for this Type 94. It kind of implies that Colin thinks that it might be a liability to keep it around instead of a 15th Cavalry, because 15th Cavalries are better at trading into the front line. But the Type 94, it does give some access to that back line for very cheap, which is a hard thing to get. And you're only netting 1 damage for playing it over the 15th Cavalry here. So I don't think that's like the most major consideration when you decide if you're going to play that card here or not.
Yeah, I mean, I
What are
think it seems like Callan is saying that they're just gonna go for sort of like the value game plan, and try and get some incidental damage with the signal, but otherwise not try super hard for any aggressive plays. I mean, not giving your opponent the Noshiv is, it's a tough decision to make, but once you make it, you kind of have to stick with it. So the question will be, can Callan use the value off of Aichi, use the value off of the Panzergrens, use the value off of the Schutzen to play more mid-range game plan?
Well, I think this Aichi is likely to be a bit of an issue with this signal regiment on board, just because it makes that 3 smokescreen damage so much scarier than it otherwise would be.
Yeah, and Kalen's important decision there is knowing that your opponent has 35T combined arms. Sudden Strike is one of the best ways to get rid of it in the game. So, do you respect the Noshib more? Do you respect the 35T more? I mean, clearly Kalen respects the Noshib just from the way that they've been playing around it. So it doesn't surprise me whatsoever to see the Sudden Strike on the Noshib. So Killswitch could take out the 15th Cav, play the 35T, buff it up, take out that Aichi, and Kalen would have to either, kill the 35T with the Aichi that gets placed down, or could go for a Schutzen, but definitely not both. And either way, you don't love the position.
Yeah, and man, it shits in a problematic card here. And this Schutzen is debatably what enabled Kalen to use Sudden Strike on the Nashub, because it kind of retains an answer for that buffed up 35T.
Yeah, Killswitch draws that mechanized, but nothing to pay off right this second. Oh, sorry. The SU. But that is a little bit dangerous going down to 6 when your opponent has an active Aichi on the board. And a signal up as well. I mean, you got to be really careful if you're Killswitch, because you don't have any way of healing in the deck, except for maybe that one SU, but that SU doesn't have Blitz, and you also have to keep some tanks on the board. So it's kind of a pipe dream at this point.
Yeah. And so I understand why Killswitch didn't play 269 first, because there's a lot of draws off of this SU that might be better, but I was wondering if he was still going to play it after, but no, goes for the race, gets the 2-2 up there. I like it with the Blitzkrieg.
Yeah, I mean, you have to play for your outs, for your options, and Kalen definitely thinking about whether they need to be worried about Blitzkrieg, deciding whether to take out the 2-2, go for the HQ damage, and set up lethal next turn. Very difficult decision either way.
Yeah, I think that you kind of have to take out the 2-2, because it's just lethal with Blitzkrieg. There's not any additional damage. You don't need another Blitz unit. It would just be straight up lethal with Blitzkrieg. And I think that's often the deciding point, is how many other cards in addition does my opponent need for lethal? This time, Killswitch has the other cards. He finds the Blitz unit, and with Fast Hines for that extra just 2 damage.
Wow.
It gets there, 1 over lethal.
Yeah, wow, what a burst. I would have really liked to see Kalen go for the suppression first, especially if you're just using it for to draw a card. But it's not like it would change the decision at all. And we're gonna get to see it. We're gonna get to see the U.S. Soviet list, and oh man, I'm itching to see Patton. I'm itching.
Absolutely, and we get right into it. We have another game where we have somebody going second with the scout car in hand, but this time, another 1 drop, your options aren't quite as narrow as before.
Yeah, Killswitch definitely does want to keep it though, especially if you have your own 1 drop that you can play and then turn to play scout car, target your own unit, and trade off really, really nicely into those 15th Cavalries.
And Kalen, he is making a very heads-up play here, I think. By keeping Raiding Brigade going first, you are able to hit this 12th motorized. Is that what it's called? That's not what it's called, is it?
12 mechanized?
Yeah, 12th mechanized. Thank you. You're able to hit it before like these SUs, these Hellcats come down for the draw. So that can make a big difference here. Denying Killswitch 2 cards.
And Kalen has all the removal, but none of the aggression. So very interesting to see Sudden Strike in a Jagger list. I definitely wonder what the thought was there because I know that like Combined Arms has been pretty strong on ladder and that card absolutely eats Combined Arms, but Jagger already had a pretty solid matchup into that list already. Yeah, I'm really curious about the Sudden Strikes, and I would love to ask Kalen at some point what they're specifically for. Maybe for Brit Air, maybe. I'm trying to think of decks that really, really like to buff small units because that's obviously where Sudden Strike shines the most.
Yeah, I would think Brit Air would be the main consideration, but
Oh,
I
you know
can't know
what?
for sure.
You know what I bet it's for? Or, well, I definitely a consideration at least. Is for the 5th Brigade that's made off of the what's the
Oh,
name of that countermeasure?
yes. First responders.
Yes, I mean that card absolutely demolishes Jagro, and having some extra options to take it out is super super important if you have any hope of of getting through those ramp lists. Especially if they are playing US main and they drop an early Jasco, or they're playing Brit main and then they have access to the Monty and the Honeys and the you know, what basically a suite of whatever you could possibly want against aggro if you're playing Britain.
So this is a really cool and a really smart play from Kalen here. He is using a Sudden Strike, on a little inefficiently maybe, but he's setting up a situation where if Killswitch plays something like an SU on 3, it means he's getting 2 draws out of this 20-second. It means that this 2-3 actually gets its stats reduced when it turns veteran, and he knows that Killswitch's deck is so stacked on these 3-drop units that are so important to play on 3. So I love this play out of Kalen here. Oh, I'm not sure about this one though. Desperate here, you float a credit. Yeah, that's the play I like a lot more. Just
Yeah, I
killing out
mean,
this M10, your opponent's Killswitch is still fairly low on credits to deal with it.
yeah, you have 4 main options to think about. You can Raiding Brigade the 2/2. You can Desperate Measures. You can play the Audacity, and you can play the Anne. And I think the Anne is the riskiest of them. That's for sure. And look at this patent. Look at this patent. If you can play it, I mean, it saves you. It gives you a credit if that's the line that you want to go down. I'm not necessarily sure that it's great right this second. But we're getting really close to seeing a very strong pattern.
Yeah. I will still say I would have loved to see the Anne from Kalen before. Just because I think if you leave your opponent with a 2/2 infantry, what is going to go wrong for you when your opponent's on so few credits? Maybe there's a patent play in there that I don't see yet, that could punish it, but apart from that, I'm struggling to see. This
So
is
what
going
you're
to be a
saying is
crazy
that
rating, though.
you don't have an insane amount of hours on playing the best card of all time, Patton, and you don't know every single tiny minuscule interaction that could possibly happen with it.
Not yet. I only know every interaction within the time frame of the bolster meta when bolster costs 3k. If we're talking about that, you ran Patton in that deck, I could list off every scenario probably, but in the modern era, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. Very interesting indeed. Killswitch looking to take out that bomber, establish a really big frontline threat, which is going to be very helpful to play into the strat bombing because it's unlikely that Kalen's going to be able to get anything out of the support line. So anything that they play and isn't killed immediately is going to be eating a nice strat bombing here.
Now, we do get to see the Bocage Warfare come out. This time, it was 99th, but worse, which is a little sad, but I'm not sure what my butt was leading into. Please don't play Desperate Measures here.
Yeah, Kalen deciding to it almost looked like he was gonna float 2 credits and then just trade with the raiding brigade, but instead going for a play that definitely gets significantly more blown out by this strat bombing.
Yeah, but I do think it's right from Kalen. You know, a lot of the times you get to these turns, you're like, oh, I really don't want to get strat bombed, but it's one card in their deck. They're never keeping it in their mulligan, of course.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of a risk that needs to be taken here.
Yeah, the other option that you had that actually played around strat bombing a lot better was trade in the rating, play the Schutzen, and then use the Schutzen to get the veteran ability off. And then you have a 5/5 and a signal sitting in the back line. And that way it's sort of like a mid-range play where you're not completely blown up by strat bombing, but you still aren't just sitting around floating credits.
Yeah,
I think
I
that's a
can see
reasonable play
that.
too.
Yep. I
Are we
think we
about to
can
see
both agree that. Oh, go ahead.
yeah, are we about to see a near OTK?
Patton, baby. It's so back. Now, I did see J King send me a message or send a message in a chat just before this game how Patton is actually so cracked in this deck. And, you know, I've heard J King tell me things are cracked before and how, you know, I need to try this thing. It doesn't always work out, but this time I'm with him all the way.
Yeah, I mean there's lethal for
Patton is
Killswitch right
cracked in
here.
this deck.
Yeah, Patton is cracked. Would you say that it's more cracked than Cedar Regiment? I definitely want to get J King's thoughts on that later. But yeah, Killswitch just has lethal right here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 3-1, but I'll still say this was an incredible series. I think both players played really well. Very calculated decisions, and just sometimes the punishes were there, especially for Killswitch with but especially with things like that strat bombing at the end there.
Yeah, if I wasn't convinced before, I'm convinced now. Patton is really cool. I love the deck. I love that you are not necessarily going the traditional T-34 route. You're also not going the traditional Sherman route. You're combining the best of both worlds and saying, well, there's so many good 3-drops that have four attack or more, good tanks that have 4 attack or more at 3. And then I can also play the good 4-drops that have 4 attack or more and also blitz. So yeah, I mean this deck definitely looks really solid. and I have a feeling that we're going to see it developed significantly more over the coming weeks and months.
I am excited to see it happen. So,
Anyways, I would love to take a look at our bracket at some point. It looks like we have HQT and Ozzy, Killswitch and Gork, Dandelion and Zyloser, and Spoker and Winner Will Win. Birdo, any favorites for the next round?
I mean, it's so hard to say. I mean, it's really just a lineup of all heavy hitters here. I think I'm most interested in Gork's decks. I feel like he's a player who makes a lot of these decks that either completely fall apart or just absolutely pop off. And I think that if you look at his deck lists today, those decks are no exception. So let's see how that one plays out. That's what I'm most interested in right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, we are back, Corn, with our next matchup. We are going to take the wonderful Intrepid viewers through Dandelion and Zyloser. What do you think about this matchup?
Very strong matchup between two players who are consistent performers, and that you don't see all the time in OCCs, but they're there. They're there when it matters. We're here, and it's time to see them play.
Let's take a look at what Zyloser has for us today and what he has had for the rest of the competitive ranks all year. Go ahead and walk us through Zyloser's year for us.
Yep, Zyloser coming in with Volksgrenadier, solid body on a for favorite card for a solid player, 65% win rate, very solid. And let's go ahead and look at the decks real fast. Coming in with a unique or with a flexible lineup, I guess that is a good theme for this list. This Brit France list. Uh, so we've seen Brit France mill in this tournament, and if your name is not Henry, a few players have brought just this Brit France mill list as a flexible lineup pick. You know, it is pretty consistent mill list, especially against slower decks and decks that are not Brit Air. So it's proving, especially once you've gotten enough experience piloting it, you know, it is a little bit hard learning curve, but it's a pretty flexible list to bring in this lineup. So I guess that's the name of that. It's interesting. Black Prince is a cool addition to it as well in Blood and Iron. So then this next one is the Soviet Italy control list. We saw German Italy control have some success with TreePippit, you know, losing once on it and winning once on it. The Soviet one is similar in theory, but the Soviet cards are just so important here in terms of the tools that they offer are really powerful. So, for example, Depths of Winter 5K board wipe. I mean, what can it's just so strong. The new T34 Elite with Shock, man, that card is so fun to play. It is so powerful. So this Soviet Italy control, we're all familiar with that idea. Hopefully, it's just trying to control the board and play a lot of high value Soviet cards. That is that, and it also fits into this kind of flexible lineup that Zyloser is bringing, not committing to one strategy too hard. So staying flexible. This next one is the standard take on U.S. Germany frontline. Another flexible deck. I guess we can shout out the 4 copies of Kaliup. Correct me if I said that incorrectly, Thanatron, but we got 4 copies of this artillery piece coming in as a pretty cool card for this list. And then we have the P40, the 62nd Armored Infantry, and rounded out with the P51B for some really nice top end. It's a fun deck, and I would be very amiss if I didn't mention the 2 copies of Pontoon Bridge that are just lurking and waiting to have a huge tempo swing. And I'm excited, especially for Pontoon Bridge. So, last deck is the opposite. It's the German US mid range. Also running 4 copies of Kaliup. So Zyloser, big Kaliup fan. 2 copies of Aunt Frida. I'm a big Aunt Frida fan. If you weren't before, you are now watching this stream. And the fighters that it can target are the Zersters and a Comet. So imagine dealing 7 damage with Comet from hand. That has got to be pretty fun. So I think the main thing to look at for Zyloser's lineup is it's pretty flexible. And yeah, I'm excited to see how it faces.
Awesome. Let's take a look at his opponent today. Dandelion, one of the best player photos that we have ever had for sure. Great patriotic war, excellent choice, and an excellent 65% win rate on the year. I believe exactly what Zyloser's was at 65% as well, so could not be mirrored any better. Let's take a look at these deck lists, and honestly, that theme of mirroring kind of coming into effect again. Both players with the Brit France Mill deck. We'll get to that in just a moment. But the way that Zyloser had his German US and US Ger basically being the same deck, the same ideas, just mirrors, you can see that Dandelion's central theme here is he really thinks that the new Soviet cards are good. There are 3 decks here packing those new SUs, so he clearly is identifying what he believes to be a tremendous amount of value in that card. So we'll see if that strategy pays off. Could be excellent. We're going to start off here with a US line, frontline deck using those new Soviet cards, being able to draw off of those mechanized as well as the Shermans, and of course, some classic frontline stuff with Strat Bomb and We Can Do It. He is running 4 War Machines as well, so there are certainly some ramp elements to be appreciated, but otherwise, pretty frontline heavy deck. And then moving on, we have our Soviet Germany. This is another big control-esque deck, not necessarily as control-esque as maybe Zyloser's here. We can see much more mid-rangey tank stuff here, but tons of SUs. We've got the 2 Blitzkriegs. We've got Felders to maybe steal some money. We've got a single Panther late, which is very interesting. Is able to do a lot on one turn if you can afford it, becoming a veteran tank after doing 4 damage to the HQ, which it can do itself. So very cool there. The return of Zhukov. We saw the return of Patton pay huge dividends. So, the Russian general back as well as Monty, which we have seen pay dividends today as well. Looking at the Brit France deck, we see basically what we would expect from Brit France, topping all the way out at Big Co-Belligerents and Churchill. And we, of course, have the standard mill package from France with your Honor and Loyalty and Compromise and your Phony Wars. We see the Black Prince, so certainly making use of a new British card, being very useful to keep that front line down to only 2 slots and help a defensive player sort of navigate that. And then moving on, lastly, we have Jur Soviet, right back to those Soviet tanks. We've got SUs, we've got Greif, We've got Noxia, but we do not have fast hinds, but we do certainly have a lot of tanks and a tank theme, and Panzergrens at the end as well as the new Panzergren to do that extra bit of damage on all those 4 damage units. So really interesting stuff here, and it will be very interesting if both Brit France Mill decks get banned. What do you think about that, Corn?
Well, they
Oh,
haven't
close.
been. It's very close. Um, you know, banning Brit France Mill, um, it's Brit France Mill is one of the most frustrating decks to lose to. So, it's a safe ban for your own sanity, right? You'd rather lose to something not as frustrating, but if your lineup allows it, you don't need to ban it. And Dandelion here says, I don't need to ban Brit France here. I'd rather ban this Germany list from Zyloser. So, and Zyloser says, hey, my decks are a little slower. Definitely don't like Brit France Mill against my Soviet list. So I'm going to take that out. A lot of logic coming out in the ban phase, but no one certainly has won this match yet in the ban phase. So there's a lot of game to be played.
Yeah, absolutely. Super interesting here. We're gonna see if banning Brit Mill was the right move. It might not make the biggest effect. It might not truly be the linchpin of the match itself, but certainly in retrospect, when you look back at this, it's going to really come down to, did the guy that banned Brit France win, or did the guy that played, or I'm sorry, that didn't ban Brit France win? So here we go. Also, again, just to reiterate, the 65% win rate on the year for both of these players, and like the wild parallels in the deck lists, and the parallels of just, I identify this as strong, so you're going to see it consistently through my lists, whatever this may be. Really, really cool matchup the way these players are. Almost wonder if they play in maybe not the same practice groups, but practice groups that talk to each other. Double mechanized. Here we go.
Play a tank for 4 cards. I can't imagine that is ideal to have all your eggs in one basket like that.
My man said,
Meaning,
I'm drawing cards, brother. I'm drawing them.
imagine if you had Eagle
Eagle Day? Not the
no,
greatest Calliope there. Calliope, not really what you wanted, throwing that damage out
Eagle
completely
Claws
to the sides. Eagle Claws, there we go.
on curve, dude. That would have been
Eagle Day Claw.
Eagle Day Claw. Play a
Hoping
plane
for
to
a big
deal
Eagle
2.
Day tomorrow myself.
Oh.
Dandelion with some really interesting choices here. A little too early for Werble. He could maybe think about Felder and try to set up a move up and SU next turn. But nope, we're just going to take the SU now. We're going to take all this lovely draw. We're going to get a 2/2 upgrade. So that undoes one of the Calliope damage, which is super nice. Engineer's going to make it a big honkin' arty, though.
Does that promotion to veteran remove the effect of the Jaeger?
I do not know. That is very interesting point. Uh, and I don't know that we can necessarily check. I want to say that it doesn't, but I'm sure we will.
I believe it's a passive effect, and I don't think that would be removed. But Dandelion certainly doesn't need the draw right now. It's not.
Yeah, it's almost interesting if it does work that way
Yeah.
and does remove it, if that can be useful for him to not end up milling himself. Taking out the engineers is huge. and Felds. He is going to try to set up some money.
Man,
Second, Calliope is going to get 1 damage where he wants it, which is going to deny a draw to Dandelion, working really nicely. Unless, of course, you wanted to go for the mill, and then maybe not so much. Wants to get rid of the Feld, even though he can't this turn, so it's interesting that he would make that attack. He could take out one of the 2/2s in the back line, but I guess figuring those really aren't a problem right now.
no, I mean, Dandelion is about to snowball here, especially with the credit reduction that we're about to see, or the credit refund, the credit
Absolutely. We're about to
rebate.
make money.
Play a tank on the battlefield and send your receipts to Stalin, and he will give you a rebate.
Submit your expenses. So
So,
what is the play here? These arties are going to be expensive to shoot. So it
Ooh.
feels bad, but certainly he has to shoot 1 to kill that Feld so that the money really does not start flowing. He could even buff the second one, and that really isn't that useful. He could perhaps buff the Jaeger to a 2/3, enabling a frontline trade. Yeah, the Feld's going down, basically has to. So that makes sense. The M10 would be interesting there as well. Of course, silencing it and then just being a slow 4-1 in the back line. You can kill it another turn, not too worried about the body. Really only worried about the ability. So M10 could be an interesting choice there.
Ooh,
Ooh,
Pathfinder.
Pathfinders. Not this turn, but is most likely going to come into play. And now Dandelion again back up to 9 cards. Embarrassment of riches for this man.
This is something not related to this match, but I really expected to see more Stars and Stripes brought to this World Championships. Just it seemed like a trend that people were playing Stars and Stripes more. Um, but especially with a lot of people loving Calliope, maybe you're trying to, or Brit Air.
Yeah, that's very, very interesting and a very good call by you because we've seen so much Calliope in all of these lists for US or even US side nation that they clearly would have been useful. And as you say, Air, of course, a big player in the tournament as always. Certainly
Dandelion,
going to matter there as well.
Dandelion looking through the binoculars, buying at Zyloser's support line, saying, "What do you got? What are we doing?"
Trying to see his future in those bad boys.
Yeah,
Right now, he might think it's looking good.
I would say so, at least for this match.
Doesn't really need the extra damage right now. More needs the bodies. So I don't think we're
Ooh,
going to see Panzergren. Very nice play to get rid of that big honkin' arty.
man,
And a
dive
60-second armored infantry for Zyloser, another new card.
did not expect dive bombing to have such a big impact on the World Championships, but here we are.
Yeah, all the way in 2024, Brit Air's still a menace and dive bombing still doing work. The greats don't change. And perhaps
All
just
right.
needing strong units, Zyloser content to just put out a huge plane.
Big dive bombing target. Man,
Yeah, Dandelion, again, with just so many options to his name that it almost gets overwhelming trying to see the best line among so many lines. Really interesting there. could have combined that sickle with the as you said, dive bombing and the SU to clear the fighter without taking any damage. Of course, then the buff does go off to both units, so
Yeah, but you have a pack 40 in hand. You're not too worried about a 3/3 infantry that you can.
I would agree. So interesting. But this way we get a value trade with the heavy armor, and now he's left to only the 7/7. And
Yeah.
now the dive bombing, not used offensively, but defensively. Very, very interesting, especially since he could have pulled that orbital wind up into the front line as well, in case he wanted to worry about anything like Zerstors or whatnot.
No, I mean that's definitely could be the game-winning dive bomb right there potentially.
Yeah, huge tempo swing with not being able to use his big old plane.
It plays around rapid engagement, lethal.
I don't think rapid engagement's in either list today, but that's true.
You gotta think. You gotta remember. Yeah. I mean, these German tank lists. Once you start having so many units with not only 4 attack but 4 defense, I feel like frontline it starts to struggle a little bit.
Yeah, Dandelion certainly has to move now, though, as the dive bombing, of course, wearing off. That giant fighter never being dealt with. So now it's back to being a 7/6. It's back to being able to throw off buffs to some other units. The single late in Dandelion's deck, that Panzer late coming out.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm sorry. It was Zyloser maybe, or no, one of Dandelion's other decks that ran just one
Yeah,
late,
the Soviet
two
main one
Panzer
only has
lates.
one.
Yeah, here we see multiple, and we see them doing work.
Ooh.
But Dandelion playing really well with just completely ignoring the giant plane, saying, I'm going to have too many units for you to go face, so I'm not worried about that. And I'm going to value trade everything off the board besides that plane to make sure that those buffs do not land anywhere.
That front line looks like Poland in 1939.
It's certainly something the US player is not appreciating.
I mean, we're gonna make an effort here to do
Yeah,
something.
Zyloser probably thinking about what he even can clear. At this point, wishing that that 5/4 was maybe a 6/4. Would prefer to not maybe value trade his giant plane, but to actually trade it regular and throw those buffs out and get some sweet, sweet health. But instead, some fast tanks are going to make quick work of his health total, and Zyloser will go down a game. Dandelion saying, these Soviet tanks are great. I put them everywhere. I have so many of them, and you are going to have to survive the just waterfall of gigantic Soviet tanks.
Yeah, and when all of your tanks are big threats like that, you're not as worried about the Brit France, which is perhaps why Dandelion did not choose to ban Brit France.
Yeah, that's an excellent and interesting point as well. Like we said, the crux of this entire series kind of coming down to both players bringing Brit France Mill and having different opinions on whether it needed banned with the lineups that they brought.
Yeah, the Kalen up having 2 operation cost has got to be a focal point because it is so nice to have that Sherman synergy with it, and to have the deployment effect, and to have it be an artillery. But The two
Certainly.
operation cost is a sticking point almost. If it was only one operation cost, I'm sure we'd see a lot more of it. Almost, not as crazy as last Worlds where we saw the German artillery, the swag or the SWG. So it is two operation to balance it out. But it really, when your opponent is spending credits to make tanks that you cannot trade out, and you're not building your board and not trading units out, that's really got to be the downward slope. Right. So
Yeah, tons of options here. They all cost quite a bit of money for Dandelion.
the Hellcat is
So-
a nice card to have in hand for Zyloser.
Yeah, Zyloser has a lot of great options as well here. He could go with a 104th and have a 50-50 chance of getting a buff on his arty, and then can 35T afterwards. But instead, going to make an interesting play and have his Schutzen immediately fight, which will ignore the heavy armor.
Dandelion's trying to pull the rug right out from under Zyloser. Man, these tanks. These tanks are just rolling today.
And we've seen how brutal a well executed rug pull can really be in recent days. I gotta imagine, yep, the double heavy armor buffed version is going to be the one to get suppressed. Dandelion just putting out so much beef and is just waiting to push all of these chips all into the center of the table.
Man, what are the thoughts here? Do you attack with that, or do you trade with the infantry to hopefully buff here, Aliat?
The amount of ways that this could go right now truly are staggering, and it really goes to show why this game is so good and why all of these players have put so much time into this game specifically, and why this community is so tight knit. The way that the board works in cards, the way that this truly becomes a game of like battle chess, the way that all of these board interactions and unit type interactions matter so unique to this game.
Yeah, Kaliap would be uh, really good in like a card game that doesn't have operation cost, but operation cost is one of those things that we love about this game so much, Although not when you have to pay it to your own detriment, but man, can you
Yeah, we didn't
imagine
see much 3-op in this tournament at all, but
dive
3-op
bombing?
is
Dive bombing
yeah,
erases 11 attack. Gone.
truly dive bombing becoming
Um,
a
Imagine
absolute MVP card.
one infantry regiment has enough power to destroy half of your opponent's entire HQ, and then just like, oh, you see one dive bombing, and then all of a sudden, gone. It's just gone. It's gone. Oh man.
Perhaps considering the 35T with the engineer battalion to clear the heavy armor, but instead we just go with a nice efficient Hellcat, save ourselves 2 credits. Maybe would have liked to see, but the only thing the other play would have afforded you is a 104 or 164th rather, in the front line. So probably not the best. Continuing to just get this easy mechanized draw in a Soviet deck. We're Soviet main and we're drawing. That's the new world.
True. Wow. Yeah, and Zyloser's entire game has just been on the back foot. Dandelion has been dictating the pace of the game and forcing Zyloser to respond, to be reactive rather than proactive. Um, and and that's just been the name of the game today. Um, and I mean, at this game state, we're just anticipating Dandelion to pull this out. He does have his Brit ban, so Dandelion will have 3 tries at his U.S. Soviet frontline list named. It's happening.
And let me tell you, it does seem to be happening.
It is
This guy,
happening for Dandelion.
this guy said Soviet tanks are good. I'm putting them everywhere. And so far in this set, Soviet tanks have been good and they have been everywhere.
Yeah,
My man has the Seer Stone, Dandelion looking deep within. Give this guy the binoculars because he sees it.
yeah. Right now he has a Molotov cocktail and he is ready to throw it and set Zyloser ablaze.
Tyler's are feeling the burn right now. I'm not comfortable. But what can he do now? He doesn't necessarily want to throw everything into face damage. Yeah, certainly taking out the engineers is nice. And a first rifle for kicks and a huge Corsun. This is a big beefy board. And US Germany is not going to have the board clear tools to deal. Yeah, Zyloser just scooping. We're going to make quicker work of this. GG go next. Dandelion taking a good 2-0 lead into our third game here. And as you said, Dandelion now with 3 chances to make it happen with It's Happening.
All right. And Zyloser says, I will win with my frontline list.
Yep, sticking to it.
Man.
Both players getting into their draw phase now, and we are seeing that US mirror here.
Soviet ally versus German ally. This is for the dominant ally position, although we didn't get to see TreePippit's Polish ally. We're going to forgo that.
Double mechanized infantry is ready for a Hellcat. We are
Yes.
ready to
Yes.
4-draw on turn 3. A convoy? Stupid, irrelevant, dumb. Why would I do that when I could just have a couple of boys ready to pull me cards?
True. And I mean that is cool. A cool card. I wouldn't be surprised if it was, and I'm not saying that it has to. I could see it go either way, but if it ever got changed to only when a Soviet tank with 4 tech is deployed. Now I'm not saying that it needs to, but I mean it's looking like a really strong. Um, yeah.
Yeah, I do wonder if maybe capitalizing on the 4-draw with the Hellcat on turn 3 might have maybe been the right option. But instead, gets, I don't want to say punished, but gets a little dealt with. 1 mechanized infantry becoming just a regular old 1-2 infantry. But the little bit of ramp, of course, helping Zyloser in the long run. And now the anti-ramp from strategic bombing, the credit gap has widened.
Yeah, that is always brings you so much joy when you can deny your opponent a credit on curve. It's I don't know why. Whenever it happens, you're just so happy. But
Zyloser, super back-footed. Sorry, go ahead.
all these mechanized infantry and Calliops, and it makes me wonder, like, is Eagle Claws or Stars and Stripes worth it to have, something to target that? Um, maybe one of, I don't know. Just
So,
throwing it out there.
super nice turn from Dandelion. He's able to use those couple extra credits from ramping to really make that a nice turn. Draws into a 164th, able to get it into the front line so that he is able to get off his Shermans and now really sort of roll out here. He has the front line in a front line matchup. Digging that. And goes to the Sherman. Nice for Dandelion. A good 50-50 result for him. And that last mechanized infantry with no Shermans in hand, with 2 triggers on that mechanized infantry, really ensuring that, again, we are drawing cards. We're drawing them.
Yes. Man. You It's still anyone's game at this point. It's gonna be, some draws. Zyloser's hand does look pretty heavy compared to Dandelion's. Um, so that is one thing to keep in mind. Dandelion is getting a pretty good board presence here, and if these units aren't traded off, next turn a we can do it is going to be and a lot of or a lot of health to these
Yeah.
units.
Yeah, definitely my thoughts exactly. Getting that M10 out, getting all of the buffs and the after effect off of the enemy 164th, really setting up well. There's a really good chance the M10 fully sticks now and is a excellent sponge for that we can do it. Makes it into something that can probably value trade and already has for attack. So really awesome there. Can even possibly get a Greyhound or Scout Car out as well. Probably the Greyhound for obvious reasons. Get that health on it. And of course, is holding a second, we can do it.
Boom. Who
Instead, that,
needs
yeah, not the turn for that. We are going to get Veteran by throwing down the 4 attack.
Oh,
And we are going wide, powerful, and strong. We're saving money. There's not much you can do about it. And I don't think that there
look
is
at that.
any out here at all. Everything super expensive that would be proactive. A 35T can maybe
Oh,
get rid of a 4-2, but left with only 5 credits after that. You can maybe get really lucky on a Calliope. You could give yourself 3 more health, but that's not going to do it either.
Dandelion is more lion today than Dandy. He is just coming out here with a roar, taking
Absolutely.
a
This looks like,
3-0.
yeah, a dominant game here. Moving on to tomorrow, moving on to the money stage, moving on to the, you know, top 4 of the World Championship 2024. Really can't be overstated. He only needs to find 2 damage here. Scout Car will give him 1. Can
Yeah,
we
I
can
mean
do
this.
it and draw, try to find another, which he is absolutely going to do. This little board now pretty beefy, and yep, there we go.
Wow,
Dandelion with a super impressive 3-0
big.
over Zyloser. Moving on to our final 4. Really impressive match. What did you think about that in totality?
So I think what that came down to really was Zyloser brought just a heavy version of a frontline. It wasn't teched with all the one drops with the credit reduction. Yeah, team heavy in the house. He brought a heavy list. It may have drawn poorly, but I think what you needed to hit in this tournament, what you needed to discover the Soviet German tank lists. Those are if you got those two slots, then you can slot in Jag or you can slot in Brit Air. And just seems to be outpacing frontline, at least a slower frontline for sure, in this tournament. And he stuck with it every time, and it just got beat by these Soviet tank lists that can put out big threats, reduce their operation cost, buff them, and this old frontline just seems to be a little slow right now.
We talked earlier about how much both of us and maybe the community as a whole enjoys op cost and board play and how important this is to this game. But those things have also made it so that any sort of credit manipulation is tantamount to victory if you can pull it off properly. And we see that taking this whole giant board of tanks and reducing all the op cost, hopefully to zero, making it extremely mobile, is just absolutely brutal. Harkens back to some of the original Heinz with For the Emperor. So really, really cool stuff to see, and sets up well for an excellent Final Four. Let's go ahead and take a look at our bracket. Get a feel for what we have left. Dandelion, moving on to the Final Four, is going to play the winner of Spoker, and winner will win, which is an excellent matchup. We are going to take you next to HQT versus Aussie. And of course, the winner of that will be playing the winner of Killswitch and Gorky. We will have our Final Four by the end of the stream for you today. Let's go ahead and throw it to our very well rested third casting team.
All right,
And
well,
they will be.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
For that, Corn Guy and Thanatron. And yeah, what a crazy series of games that we've seen here on stream, and some of the results that we're seeing coming from off stream. I mean, in my personal predictions, I did have Dandelion going all the way to the finals. I didn't think he would be doing that with a 2-3-0s back-to-back today. That is incredibly impressive from Dandelion, and just showing the power of these tank decks. Bubbles, what do you think about the results that we've seen so far?
Yeah, I think these 12 mechanized have proved themselves worthy. We've been looking at them for a while. They were one of the cards where, when it was revealed, everyone was looking at it going, this is solid, you can build around this. And it's exciting now to see it being built around. But I think what I find especially exciting about this card getting more play, so I feel like it's bringing sort of these medium cards which have been sitting on the edge for a little bit and not been able to quite break into the competitive scene because you're building this deck and you're like, I need 4 attack tanks. What are my options? And some of these options are not quite as meta as you would want it to be, but when you put them with the 12 mechanized, they just they do the job. They get it done.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And something that I really like about these tank decks is, I'm sure, like, if we have this meta for the next year, we'll get stale. But I like that it's somewhat refreshing. It's a different style to the sort of decks that we've been seeing for the last year, and that's, on the one hand, it's refreshing to just see different decks, different play styles, different main nations. Especially Soviets as an ally has been historically like the least played ally of the 5 main nations. But it's something that this might be why not a lot of players have it. This is obviously, everybody can recognize the strength of 12th Mechanized as an individual card, but it takes a little bit of creativity and a little bit of just risk taking to bring these lineups dedicated entirely around 12th Mechanized that we're seeing from Dandelion and Killswitch, who are the only 2 players in the tournament to bring 3 dedicated Soviet tank decks. And that's why, personally, I think we're going to see them in the finals. But we still have a few other players out there who are going to try to prove their lineups and prove why they aren't bringing these tank decks. And the one that we're going to be showing here on stream is going to be HQT versus Aussie. So why don't we pull up their decks and start seeing what they have to work with. So I'll start here with HQT. We see most played faction Germany, favorite card HMS Illustrious. HQT is a player who's been in and out of the tournament scene. And, you know, he made it through the first round in a very close-fought match versus Takao. And now he's here going up against Ozzy. Let's see what his 4 decks are. And we see, starting off, he has a Britain USA ramp deck, which is just a pretty standard a pretty standard ramp deck from not just this expansion, but also expansions previously. The Calliope with 2 copies of here is sort of the main Blood and Iron card, and there you also have Black Prince being one of the newer cards, but this is an age-old type of deck, archetype, that Britain is able to do quite effectively because it brings in a bunch of stall cards with these cards like Glamour Boys that are just going to be able to heal you up, stall down your opponent trying to out-aggress you while you're playing this early game credits, and then later in the game you're going to be slamming down all those British elites. His second deck is a USA Britain ramp deck, basically doing the exact same thing but mirrored over onto the USA. And because the USA does not have access to as effective and powerful elites as Britain does, the US deck makes up for that in favor of more ramp and sort of at the start of this, because you can fit in more US cards. But similarly, we do see 3 copies of the Calliope, and then that single copy of 62nd Armored Infantry, which can be used to create a Sherman for a little extra card draw, which we saw Spoker do in our very first series of the stream. But it can also be used to buff these Calliopes to create some very scary 4/6 artillery. Then moving on to HQT's third deck, he does have Soviet Germany tanks, so not committing entirely into this archetype for his entire lineup, but definitely bringing Soviet Germany as a very solid Soviet deck, as we've seen, and definitely Dandelion proving its worth. Spoker and Killswitch both bringing it as well, advancing in the other games we've seen on stream. So this is just a very aggressive tank deck, and I mean, we've seen different variations of this played all throughout the last series, but essentially you're just trying to get down these medium-sized tanks, these 4 or more attack-sized tanks, to trigger the veteran effects on your 269ths, on your 12th guard mechanized, and then from there, just start throwing these medium-sized tanks into your opponent's face faster than they are able to respond to them. And speaking about throwing units into your opponent's HQ faster than they can respond to them, HQT's last deck is Jagro, and this is a Jagro that there's been some conversation about how exactly to build this, because obviously Jagro is a very popular deck in general, but also in this tournament. But almost every single player has a slightly different version of it. Some are running Winter Regiment, some are running Schützens, some aren't running either, some are on double Panzergren, some are on double Zerstore. There's all these like tiny changes, and they're all within about 5 cards, 4 cards different of each other. But some of these key differences could be the decider, so maybe these 2 Aunt Fridas could be what do it for HQT, but maybe going down to 3 expansion, that could cost him. We'll have to see. But one last thing I will want to note about HQT's lineup is I believe this is card for card the exact same lineup as Spoker, who we also saw advance into the top 8. And very well might be advancing into the top 4. So you can see that they definitely came up together at the same time into the competitive community, and clearly they have worked together on their lineups, being on different sides of the brackets, knowing that if they meet, it will be in the grand finals. So it's cool to see that those connections between our players in the competitive scene.
Awesome, and I'm going to take us through Azzy's deck. Now, I feel quite lucky because we did cover both these players before, so it makes things a little bit easier. We see Stars and Stripes favorite card, most played Germany, so hopefully the Germany deck should be something quite refined, and a solid 63% win rate with a good 7,000 matches, so plenty of experience. And let's see what lineup they have brought for us. So we have this Soviet deck, but everyone's going Soviet USA, Soviet Germany. As he says, no, I've got an idea and I'm going to take it into a different direction. I'm going to do this Soviet Italy mid-range deck. Italy has the cards I need to make this work. I've got the reach of Machi to close out games. I've got Decimo for this extra value in the late game. Attacking the colonies buys me some time, as well as this just solid removal of dagger strikes. It's a very, very interesting way to take the deck because it appears much more reactive. We also have Claim the Skies in here, which is a super powerful card, and then we also have these 12th mechanized with plenty of tanks to enable them. So it's a very different take on how to play Soviets at the moment, but I'm very happy to see this because Soviets, one of the least popular nations, or the least powerful nations at least, for a long time. So seeing them bring some things to the table, which isn't just ill-equipped control and self-damage, is very nice to see. And I hope this deck works because it'd be nice to have 2 Soviet decks instead of just the one for a while. And then we have this Germany, USA, almost Heinz-like list. We have Antfrieda in here. We have For Freedom. So this is a very powerful deck. It can really go quick and it can buff up these units quickly. You put a Greyhound in the front line, you put a KFZ in the front line, you buff them up, you beat down your opponent, and then you can close out the game with your Breakthrough, your Calliope, your Justura, all offering ways of really just applying pressure basically from hand. And then you have Brit Air, a very popular deck. It seems to stay every expansion. It just seems to swap ally. We've had US ally, we've had Soviet ally, we've had Germany ally, but today we have a Japan ally, a very powerful deck. Almost everyone will be aware of this deck and what it likes to do. The main thing to focus on here is we have these duty bounds and these defeat and details, which are new Japanese buffs, the main reason we have switched to Japan on air. And then we have this sort of a Japanese Italian mid-range aggressive. I want to say aggressive, but then we've got Emperor of the Sun to the last man here. So every label I seem to stick on this deck feels like it instantly falls off. So I want to see it in some games so that I get a better idea of what label I should be putting on it. But this, to me, seems to be that Japanese deck everyone has tried to build and everyone seems to fail to build, where you're like, I've got these strong elites, I've got these strong mid-range tools, I'm going to build a Japanese mid-range deck. And then it just ends up feeling like it's worse than Jagro. So I'm very excited to see this deck. And much like the Soviet Italy deck, I have high hopes for this Japanese Italy deck. So I do hope we get to see at least one of these in this series. And there we go. Always ban Brits.
Yep. I
yeah.
don't think this is that shocking of a result. The British ramp deck from HQT. This is the same deck that was banned from Spoker in the first series. Britain ramp just offers some very frustrating units to deal with, and Aussie on several of these sort of lower end control decks, higher end mid range decks is not going to be wanting to deal with stuff like Sexton or Black Prince or the Lancaster.
Yeah.
And then on HQT's side, just getting rid of the Brit Air, I think on paper that's by far the most consistent and best deck that Ozzy has in his lineup. It's definitely the deck that HQT is not really favored into with any of his decks. And it's also just the deck that, if you look at Ozzy's deck, he has sort of Air and then 2 decks that are a little out there, and then like this German deck, which is somewhere in the middle. So if you're HQT, I think the banning Air makes absolute sense.
Yeah, I mean, Britain just has so many powerful cards. It's got some of the strongest card draw. It's got some of the most powerful elites. The things like Monty can really buy time. But Monty's not just a defensive tool. It's actually an offensive tool in there. You pin your opponent's board, you just hit the HQ and you close out the game. I think in these tournament lineups, Brits are just a solid target most of the time because they're so consistent. I know a lot of people struggle with Brits on ladder. I don't find them as bad on ladder, but when it comes to tournaments, you just got to get rid of them. And we see Germany coming out against the Soviets. HQT, go on.
It's going to be a bit of a mid-range tank mirror here. Obviously, these decks are going in pretty different directions with Aussie on the right here. With Germany, US is going to be less tank focused, whereas HQT is definitely going to be trying to get out those 12 mechanized. But looking at HQT's opening hand, that is an unfortunate hand. That's not what you want to see, especially going first.
It's especially slow, but this sickle could be potentially very powerful at slowing down Azzy's rush. I mean, Azzy's deck is very, very quick. And if HQT doesn't use some defensive tools such as this sickle, I could see Azzy taking this in 4 or 5 turns.
Yeah, HQT passing on 1 is not going to be happy about that, but his following turns are actually going to be perfectly fine. He's going to be able to sickle off any of these 1-cost units that Aussie chooses to play. Top deck's the Greyhound, though, and that comes out immediately, and that's going to make HQT's turn feel a lot worse if he can't find something useful off the top.
Oh, no. The second Blitzkrieg with a slow hand like this, you're not expecting to have units in the front line until sort of turn 4 or 5, maybe even 6. And now with these Blitzkriegs, these are essentially 2 dead cards for HQT. By the time these are good enough to win the game, you've already won the game. So these Blitzkriegs potentially just giving Azzy free reign of the early game.
And this Aunt Frida top deck from Aussie is actually huge because HQT has this slow opening. Aussie's going to have the time to be able to play out the first 2 stages of this buff if he chooses on the following turn. And HQT can play out an SU on turn 3 going first. And he's not under that much pressure, but if Aussie wants to trade this out, he can. If Aussie just wants to go face, he can reasonably ignore it because just on its own, the SU, with more attack than health, it doesn't do great into a bunch of 2 health units.
No, and it puts HQT in a slightly awkward position for the next couple turns because they don't have this 4-attack tank anymore to activate 269th rifles. So HQT can take a trade here, but then can't really do anything else to influence the board if they do so. Now, that is an excellent find. I am not going to try and pronounce it. However, these rifles here will give HQT the ability to both develop board and trade with the board at the same time. And it's also just a very solid body. A 4/4 is quite good against Azzy's deck. It will be able to take out most targets. And it doesn't have to worry too much about this splash over damage being wasted like with the SU-76.
And although HQT does not have any immediate 4 or more attack units in hand to gain those additional credits, it's a very threatening card, and Princess, or Aussie, is most likely just going to trade this out immediately, which he does. Unfortunately for HQT, he doesn't really have an answer for this 6/3
Oh
tank.
no, this hand just keeps getting worse. Everything we're finding here for HQT, they're frontline or value generators and not good at contesting the board.
If
Gonna
the
go for the
sickle can
sickle.
find an SU, suddenly this hand can turn around, but unfortunately, that 12th Mechanized needs a tank, not an infantry, to trigger its veteran effect.
Now, Azzy has solid options. Finds the Arado, which means this Frida can now buff up the Arado.
He also has the Schützen in hand, which is going to be able to remove this Mechanized as well. So even if HQT can find one of his tanks, it is not going to be able to do anything. So a very likely sequence we might see for the next couple of turns is trading off the 4/4 with the Grey Hand. Schützen comes out, removes Mechanized. HQT plays KV, and then Aussie can answer with the Admiral Hipper and push Schützen to the front line and start to get ahead on those credits, start to get ahead on board, while HQT just remains floundering here a little bit.
And pressuring the face puts HQT down to 10, which means a buffed up Arado could very quickly close out the game, especially with Admiral Hipper being able to buy lots of time and still no 4-attack cards available for HQT.
Yeah, if you're HQT, I think you have to go for the 2 veteran units here, even if you can't veteran them now, even if you can't
100%.
veteran them with your hand. If you go for KV, you're just taking on too much damage. You have to trade. He holds on to the Mechanized, worried about more ways of removing this.
Now, Azzy has to figure out how to best apply pressure with this hand. I'd be very tempted to go for this Admiral Hipper into move up. You can probably read that HQT has a very slow hand here, so you can get away with just slowing down HQT even more. And goes for the Arado, saying, I don't need this card draw. I'm just going to use this as a fighter to get this buff and pressure the HQ. KV coming down, that will be HQT's entire turn.
And Aussie, I really like this Arado play here, specifically because he saw HQT float 2 credits with an infantry on board, and if he had 35T in hand, he almost certainly would have played it, and with Hipper coming out, he knows there's no new cards entering the hand. So he's certain this Arado, or at least almost certain that this Arado is going to be sticking on the board, which is going to set up this Aunt Frida, and one of the issues that this German deck can face is just a lack of fighters for these third part of the Aunt Frida, the air buff or the fighter buff. So getting the Arado down now so you can turn that into a 4/5, this is likely going to close out this game.
HQT finally finds a tank, but it's going to be too little too late, especially with this 2 operation cost. It is nice that it has this blitz, but I just don't see it being relevant enough. And we're going to see Lethal coming out here. 35T, moves up, brings you down to 4. In comes the big boy Arado. And this German USA deck, it went second, but HQT's hand was so slow that Azzy was just able to capitalize on the early game, and it felt pretty over the moment that second blitzkrieg came up. You know, HQT's tools were just way too slow. There's not that many blitz units available for HQT. It's mainly these veteran infantry, but most of these tanks are quite slow moving. And now we see Azzy left with the Soviet Italy and the Japan Italy. So we're going to see some Italy. HQT bringing out the Soviets again.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see Ozzy starting on Japan. In my mind, the Japan deck is perhaps the weaker of the two decks. So normally in these types of situations, especially in a best of 5, players like to try to go up 2-0 if possible and save the weakest deck for last, just so you can say, you know what, back to the wall, I have 3 chances on this. But instead, he's saying, I like the Japan, and maybe it's specifically this matchup into Soviets. Maybe he predicted HQT would bring Soviets again, and thinking that he's able to control this Soviet deck a little bit better with these Aichis. And HQT's hand is once again very unfortunate.
I mean, it is one of the issues with this Soviet deck. We've even seen people bring in 321st Rifles, which is the 1-2 unit that generates a light infantry on death, because the early game for this Soviet deck is quite slow. You have these sickles to be reactive, but you don't have that many proactive cards. However, once you reach this mid game, you have no shortage of options. Raiden Brigade coming out and getting absolutely perfect value. I don't think there's a better target than those 269ths.
Yeah, especially knowing that that was certainly getting veteran on the following turn. And he also has the Audacity in his hand. It's not going to remove it this turn, so perhaps he can opt for something more like a Dragon Slayer or an Aichi and push
I
up.
want to see the Aichi. I really want to see the Aichi, because when you put down this Aichi, Audacity comes down and does a whopping 5 damage on its deployment. So it will just delete something off HQT's board, guaranteed. Now HQT, no infantry for these 35Ts. They've just not been finding the tools in the right sequence for what they need. Second sickle.
This sort of turns into like a very awkward situation for HQT. You can't really do what you want on this turn. I mean, you can play down the SU to give heavy armor just to try to absorb up some of this damage that this Aichi is threatening, but what else are you going to do? Play 35T and attack Aichi? That feels very, very weak. Playing the 5-3 SU, that doesn't seem particularly great. You're not getting anything out of that either. I think it really just has to be this heavy armor SU. He's choosing to go for trade.
I'd be tempted to use glide bombing just for the cycle. It's not how you want to be using it, but at this point in the game, you need tools which are more useful than what you currently have.
Yeah, that's a completely fair point.
Now, HQT decided to push the tank up, but has to now figure out, what do I want to do with this? It just takes the face damage, not what you want to be doing at this stage in the game. And we now see Audacity comes out, does 5 damage, clearing that tank, able to develop the front line. And we may see 2 damage to face, but I'd really like to see this duty bound. And there it is. When this has 3 defense, it becomes very difficult for HQT to deal with, especially with all these tanks having 2 health. It just means that you're going to get so much card draw from this.
And I wonder if this is perhaps a case of nerves from HQT. We saw he had a very narrow victory over Chikao going down to the 5th game, and from what we heard, even within game 5, it was very, very narrow victory. But he just seemed very unsure with his play. Push it up the SU and then waiting to try to figure out what else he wants to do with his remaining 3 credits. And Ozzy is just not letting up, playing relatively quick turns, keeping the pressure on, playing confidently. And beyond just deck matchups and how you play specific lines, there is a lot that goes into tournaments beyond just specifically what you play, what cards you play, what decks you bring.
Absolutely, piloting is a huge importance. And losing Smokescreen on that infantry from when he flips, as a mimicking at Pearl Harbor here with all these Japanese bombers just ruining HQT's day. And it's so difficult to come back onto this board. You have these 35Ts, which are really great for clearing these bombers, but there is a 2-3 recon in the front line. You're going to generate so much value for Azzy when you do this. And this bomber on the left still has its destruction trigger of generating yet another one. And we see just developing the board, but once again, Azzy is just going to better eat through it.
Yeah, HQT needs a big turnaround turn, and this is where we saw it with the US Soviet deck from Killswitch in the previous series. Obviously, that deck came in with Patton, and that was able to reduce the operation cost. That was able to give some tanks that didn't have Blitz. HQT would love a card like Patton right now, but he is unfortunately playing the Soviet main version, which comes with some upsides, but it certainly comes with some downsides. And one of those big downsides is a lot of these big tanks do not have Blitz. And that's sort of the situation we're seeing here, where these SUs are just coming out and then immediately being killed by this 5-attack Aichi, which sits guarded in the support line.
I mean, I think the Germany main version would have a much easier time dealing with a board like this. But when you're Soviet main, Soviets just don't offer the same board swing that Germany has. And I mean, this is where something like a Depths of Winter could be considered as a worth it card to bring, just for situations when you're on the back foot.
Yeah,
And
that was.
now,
I've run several tests with this deck in several different versions of Soviet Germany as I was practicing with Killswitch for this, and Depths of Winter was one of those cards that I tested because this is what happens with the Soviet Germany deck. And when you're winning, it feels amazing, but as soon as you start to lose, it just feels like it slips away so quickly. But the BT7 and the 35T in combination with the sickle does allow him to finally take out one of those IGs.
oh, but there's just a new Blitz Bomber available for Azzy, so Azzy will once again be able to clear the board. However, they may want to go, yeah, you may want to just develop your board a little bit more.
Yeah, just a wealth of options for Ozzy right now.
Now, these SU-152s, like you said, when you're ahead, this Soviet deck feels amazing. And these SU-152s are one of those cards. When you're ahead, these just feel so good. You're buffing your attack, you're giving your units heavy armor, your opponent can't trade anymore because everything hits so hard and has so much defense with the heavy armor. But when you're on the back foot, it really just feels like a 4K 4/4 tank, and that's about it. The heavy armor is okay, but in situations like this, it just feels a little bit too slow. It'll be interesting though, if one of them survives, that does mean HQT will most likely better get some card draw with this glide bombing and possibly find themselves some outs. But as this game goes longer, I have to say, I'm sure you agree, Azzy's deck seems better in the late game.
Oh, certainly. And not even just the cards in his deck, but also just the size of his hand. We've seen HQT go through several sickles, go through several mechanized. It's not like he hasn't had access to card draw. He's had access to huge amounts of his deck, but they've all just been removed by one singular IG, where Ozzy has just been collecting a larger and larger hand with several big cards in here. And as soon as Ozzy decides that he's comfortable enough to flip that switch, he can end the game easily in 2 turns with this Machi and some of the other big threats that he has that HQT just simply doesn't have answers to in his deck or in his hand.
And even if somehow HQT manages to take control of the board and clear Azzy's board, there's this to the last man just sitting here waiting and just wipe the board. And, you know, this Soviet deck doesn't quite have the way to come back into it if its board gets wiped. You know, we've seen most our Blitz units. We've used, I believe, 3 35Ts and a BT7. So if your board gets wiped, you're in real trouble. And HQT knows what's happening, goes for the next game, takes the surrender, and as a powerful 2-0 lead, and is going to be left with the Soviet Italy deck. So HQT has to beat this Soviet Italy deck 3 times back to back. It just depends if this deck will let Azzy down or if it can just find that single match it needs to advance Azzy.
And I'm very excited for this because we saw a lot of players bring Soviet Italy, and a lot of those players fell in the first round, and we didn't really get to see this deck anywhere. So I'm happy that we are getting to see it on stream here, and potentially we're going to be able to see it 3 times in a row if you're HQT or an HQT fan. But if you're Ozzy, you're looking to end it out here. HQT bringing his best deck into this matchup, which is going to be the USA ramp deck. In his mind, is probably just, you know, you're heavier. You play nukes, you play the big B-24 bombers, and Soviets simply roll over and lose. And that's certainly what he's going to be trying to do.
Not the quickest hand here for HQT, but provided you can survive any early aggression, this hand becomes very good in the mid game. You ramp out and draw very well, and then you have Glamour Boys to give yourself extra defense to use whatever you draw into. However, Azzy has these 4 guards. Now, this is a 9/9 infantry with Blitz, Guard, and 2 operation cost, but it costs 9 credits. The catch, or the good part in this, is that every time your opponent draws a card, you reduce this cost by 1. If you find this in the late to mid game, you have to rely on your opponent drawing additional cards to make this worth it and make this valuable. But when you find this in your opener, it's just a ticking time bomb, because the moment the game starts, and there's another one!
He snaps that up, and HQT, I mean, he's going to play America at War this turn, certainly. And likely into a Glamour Boys, fitting naturally into his curve on turn 4. But
What
turn
about
5, he might go
Petlyakov?
for Convoy. Petlyakov might even
Petlyakov,
change his mind.
Oh, these guards. When these guards
Oh, the
come out and
Hellcat
start.
top deck. Huge from HQT.
Absolutely. Now, Azzy does have the SU-76, so can get some of this lovely card draw. Now, this veteran version does have Blitz, which means it is able to instantly trade.
And just the very smooth hands from both players. Obviously, HQT missing that War Machine on 2, but just the way credits have lined up with that Petlyakov into the Hellcat, into the SU to trigger the veteran trade, just very credit efficient from both players. And Ozzy here, he's going to start being able to get out these fourth guards very quickly because HQT
The
is drawing 2
Corson will
cards.
follow. The Corson is going to follow them as
Oh.
well. The amount of stats Azzy is going to be putting on the board in a couple turns, we're going to see, like, what is that, 20-something worth of stats being added on? Like,
Yeah.
20 plus worth of attack.
25. 23 attack, 25 defense going to be coming out onto the board for a relatively cheap, especially if HQT goes for Convoy this turn.
The main cost is going to be operating them to move them into the front line. Now we see Calliope not missing its mark, being able to take out those mechanized before they generate some draw. But Azzy can deal with this board. We see the Claim the Skies.
And this interaction, although coming out on turn 6 and ramp is the matchup that you don't really look for this in, but just Claim the Skies with Fiat G50 is one of the big reasons why this Italy ally is very popular. Not only is it just an incredibly powerful answer to this 12th guard mechanized, you can take it out before the tank is able to come out if you're going first, but it's also really, really powerful against air, and Soviets are notoriously terrible against air, so if your version of Soviets is this Soviet Italy with a few more fighters with these Claim the Skies and these Fiats, you're going to not have to ban air going into the ban stage.
I mean, it feels a lot better than purely relying on 52k, which has been the main option for Soviets historically. We've had these 52ks to try and get some value against there, but with Sea Embargo, 4 damage just doesn't cut it anymore because it's far too slow. But this Fiat combo is a lot more proactive and able to deal with the Brit board just a lot easier, I find, than 52k. It's 52k can feel very clunky. Now, HQT probably feeling threatened to take out this Yak, or knows they will most likely lose on inevitable value. We may even see a suppressed B24 come out and just suppress both of these fighters.
Yeah, and that's a tough decision. You can just B24, take out the Yak now. It's very credit. Well, it's using all 10 of your credits in a play that you don't really want to have to do. However, if you drop the B24J, the suppress is just a very powerful effect against Soviets in particular, so maybe you could get more value out of it later. But either way, he's continuing to dodge playing out these convoys, and these 4th guards are going to continue to tick down regardless. But what I really love what Ozzy is doing, where he's just saying, I don't need to play these immediately. Like, I could push up 1, but I'm perfectly fine to just wait until they cost 0 because I have other things I can be doing in my hand instead. And that's exactly what he's going for, because he knows HQT's deck doesn't have any board resets. There's no To the Last Man, there's no Monsoon Rots. He is simply just going
he
to
moves,
play it out.
protects
And,
with the fighter!
And that's huge. The Bomber
Bomber
Mafia top deck is
Mafia!
massive. It's not going to be able to remove this 4th guards, though, unless he is able to pick up... He needs a Havoc?
I think it's a Havoc. I think it's a Havoc to reduce bomber operation costs. We'll be able to take out this 9/9 if he finds the Havoc. Presumably not seeing that option, and I can tell you he's looking at a B25H, a Marauder, and a B29 Super Fortress. So you have the one which gives you a gunship mission on deployment, one which doubles up on deployment effects, and then one which costs 15 credits. He takes the Marauder.
And that... I mean...
Yeah. Okay, here's the thing. You see this, right? And you think, I can deal with this. I can hit it this turn. I can kill it next turn, right? No big deal. I lose my bomber, but I can recover from this. Little does he know, sitting in Azzy's hand is a second one.
And this is just massive, because HQT doesn't have any big board resets. He doesn't have any super efficient removal, unconditional removal. His removal is just plain big bombers, but when the infantry are larger than the bombers, there's not a lot you can do. And Ozzy also just has a lot of burst potential in his hand with this SU-100, with this Machi, with this attack in the colonies. Even if HQT is able to somehow start to stabilize the board, it's not going to be without taking in a lot of damage in the meantime. And then Ozzy's likely going to be able to finish this out. We could be speed running our way to the end of the stream today. Ozzy's saying, you know, I want to go to bed early. I want a good night's rest to be playing in top 4 tomorrow.
Look at these stats. This is Soviet at its best. Soviets when they're just putting big boys on the board and you're just staring them down thinking, I don't know if I can deal with these. Now,
another
great
SU-100
options.
top stack, and the Glamour Boys guarding the Marauder. It does heal 8, but it leaves the HQ open, and you don't have a guaranteed way of getting rid of this Marauder, so that does mean that Ozzy, in theory, could just go straight face.
Well,
if he
you
wants
can
to with an
Decima
SU-100
smack
card.
Marauder, no? Just Decima, smack the Marauder,
Yeah,
get rid of
and
it.
Ozzy, I do like this play from Ozzy. Ozzy is playing conservatively. He knows that he has a lot of burst potential in his hand. He doesn't know what HQT has in his hand. So he's worried that if I start to go targeting the HQ, just trying to rush him down, maybe HQT has some crazy way to come back on board. Another Machi draw. Look at this hand. It's just everything he wants. I imagine we're going to see the Corson and the Decima headed up to the front line now.
When
And
Azzy, even if Azzy's board runs out of tempo and you get down to this super late game where you're both chucking whatever resources you have left at each other, Azzy has front formation in the deck. So they're guaranteed to win this attrition war, provided that HQT can't burst down their HQ or anything, which really looks unlikely. So from HQT's position, you're looking at this, you're like, I don't have board control. I don't have the advantage at the moment. I don't have the advantage on board. But also, if the game goes too late, Azzy has this inevitability, this sort of I win card.
And it's also an issue for HQT is his deck is running a lot of credit gain and it's running a lot of anti-aggro. It's definitely more teched to be viable against sort of these mid-range tank decks, even potentially against a Jagro. But that is at the cost of some of the top end. And he's already played both production orders and a Bomber Mafia. So he has one Bomber Mafia left in deck. And that's basically the biggest thing he has other than Glamour Boys. He simply just doesn't have the units left to win.
Now, the clock is ticking, the pressure is on, you are 2 matches down, you are 1 match from falling out of this. Impressive to get this far, but Azzy wants to go further and is making it happen.
And this 27 HQ total, it's not going to be lethal this turn. It might not even be lethal next turn, but HQT might even surrender depending on how bad it's going to look. And I just want to...
It's coming. It's coming. It's like a freight train. It's heading towards you, and you cannot stop this.
And also with no board clears other than Bomber Mafia for 2 damage, Ozzy could just even go for the second Machi right now. He could go for an SU-100. He can really do anything he wants here because these units can't really die. There's no fear of Bomber Mafia into a carpet bombing for a 5 damage clear. Just if it has more than 2 health, it's probably sticking around. He picks up the front formation, so even if this board did somehow get
goes for
removed,
the South Sickle for extra damage.
He's ending this game as quickly as possible, and we will almost certainly see HQT surrender, throw in the towel this turn if he does not simply just pass back to allow
We've
Ozzy
got the
honors.
Calliope 25%. It might happen. He can get rid of that, and then where do we go from here? Let's think about this. Let's not be too direct. I know
He's
things
not
look bad.
dead on board if he wins the 25%. This is true.
We've got MI5. We can try and find like a Glamour Boys off the top. Now, I'm not saying things look good for HQT, but I'm saying let's play this out. Not what you were looking for. War Machine is certainly not the card, and
he wins the 25%, so he's not dead on board. From his perspective, maybe he could survive another turn, but we see the Machi
oh
in
my
hand,
god,
the second
and
SU-100.
another SU-100.
And yeah, that's just a shocking 3-0 victory from Ozzy. I was not expecting as many 3-0s as we've seen today. And certainly not against HQT, who has a very competitive lineup here, but Ozzy just showing very, very confident play on these control decks.
Yeah, I mean, this sort of Soviet deck, or this sort of Italy package that Azzy has brought, is this going to affect what people are playing in the future? Is this a big enough knock effect that people look at this and they say, I have to readdress my understanding of the Blood and Iron meta? Because these decks, they've not only been working, they've been working pretty darn well from what we've seen. And that wasn't Azzy's first round. Azzy won their first round and then went on to 3-0 a very competitive lineup, like you said. So yeah, do you think this will have a knock-on effect on how people read the meta?
I think I absolutely think so, and it's also just showing that control is kind of back. This is something that I've been noticing. I've been seeing it more on ladder. I've been finding more success with myself. We've been saying that control is dead in cards for the last year and a half, where it's just been ramp, it's been credit cheat, or it's been aggro, and those are sort of the main archetypes. But just classical control, Soviet main, Japan main, it is coming back. Britain main even. There's some potential there, and obviously the ramp decks, the US Britain, the Britain US, they're still strong, but perhaps they're no longer as strong with the sustained nerfs, as well as Blood and Iron offering new tools to some of these decks like Soviet Control with front formation. And the fourth guards just offering another big body to contest with ramp. It's very, very interesting.
I think the thing which I just want to point out as well before we pass this on is that both these control decks have some of these aggressive and mid-range options. We've got 12 Mechanized in the Soviets one, we've got Expansion in the Japanese one. So Azzy has looked at these control decks and gone, well, actually, I can play control, but I can just slap some aggro in there, slap some mid-range in there, and use it to keep myself in the early game. So maybe this ability to adapt and evolve how we're playing control in cards a little bit is what's giving it a fresher breath air.
I also think that specifically his use of the Machis in these two Italy ally control decks is such a good call for the meta, because right now, from what we've seen in this top 16, the players who are bringing heavier decks are doing it with Britain US or US Britain. There's a lot of bombers. Bombers is the main way that they're aiming to beat control decks, and these Machis are just farming the bombers, but also they offer you the ability to just close out the game quickly against these tank decks. If you're able to stabilize in the early game, you then can use Machis to just end out the game in a couple of turns and not let these tank decks string Mechanized back and forth to draw through their entire deck and hit you with a double Blitzkrieg. You're just saying, I'm ending the game now. I think it is an excellent meta call from Ozzy.
No, yeah, it's just worked really well for them. I'm excited to see where this goes in the future. But that is all from us today. We will be back tomorrow with more. But for now, we're going to throw it to Berto Burrito and Starry for a post-show.
Great, and we can see the bracket here for our coming games set for tomorrow at the same time as we started our stream today. We have Spoker versus Dandelion and Azzy versus Gork. I'm very excited about the Gork matchup specifically. I have Gork quoted as saying that this Japan Soviet deck is really good. I'm going to prove it, and I can't wait to see that in action. Do you have anything you'd like to add, Star?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we've seen Japan Soviet lists be, we've seen them be good, we've seen them be not so great, but the one thing that I think is pretty true about many of them is that they are high risk, high reward. And I know that for some people that reward has paid off in the past, for others that reward hasn't paid off in the past. There have been times where Japan Soviet was actually like arguably the best way to play Jagro. But yeah, the question is playing Soviet just for lesser of two evils really worth it? Why don't we take a look at that list real quick, just because we're talking about it. Yeah, so this list is only playing Soviet for lesser of two evils, and if you've been around the block, you know that lesser of two evils makes a great partner with Key 29 Sally, which when it's discarded, you draw 2 cards. So lesser of evil, you draw 2 cards, then you discard Sally, and then you draw 2 more. You end up drawing 3 cards for 2 credits, which is insane. But like, not even any bloody sickles. I mean, what do you think this deck is trying to do, Berto?
This deck is trying to draw cards as fast as possible and just do the broken things that are possible with One Roof and with 40th Cavalry Regiment as soon as any deck possibly can. The risk is that, like, are you able to, get the expansion draws consistently enough? Or are you able to just, like, survive long enough? Because, there's obviously no healing. And so much of your deck is dedicated to just going off once you get up to one roof, once you get up to 40th Cavalry Regiment and are able to kill it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about this deck, right, is that you want to be playing one roof, or sorry, not one roof, Great Expanse, so that you can buff up your guys to be really big, but you only really have two targets for this deck. You have Type 94 TK early, which you're only playing one copy of, and then you're playing Anne, and so on the one hand, Anne is better than a fighter like Hien, because it bypasses guards. But on the other hand, it's worse than a fighter like Hien because it doesn't bypass fighters. So it's almost like taking the 50-50 there, and I don't know. I mean, I guess your Type 94 TK early is for when they have fighters, and your Anne is for when they don't.
Yeah.
I don't
And
know.
I'm sure I could say, and you as well, could say a million more things about this deck, but this is just one of the many amazing decks that we will get to see tomorrow. I hope to see everyone who's here now there tomorrow as well. And if we could just take a look at the bracket one last time for the viewers so that they can see what might have happened to some of their favorites. We have lost Winner Will Win, Zyloser, Killswitch, and HQT in the semifinals. And, huge respect to them. Everyone today has played really well, worked really hard to get here, and it's been really a trial by fire to play in this with such a new meta in the most important tournament of the year. And that is really hard to do, especially if you are on camera for that as well, and you know that people are watching your every decision.
Yeah, and something of note is that we are guaranteed going to have our first Chinese world champion, which I don't think that China has had a world champion so far, unless I'm wrong. I know we had a couple of early European world champions, and then we had, of course, Jay King. So yeah, it's interesting to see that China really really showed up today. I mean, 7 of our 8 round of 8, I guess, quarterfinalists, or yes, 7 of
Yeah,
the 8
I
of
think
the
I
8
misspoke
players
before. Yeah.
of the 7 of our 8 players in the round of 8 are Chinese. So yeah, I mean, China absolutely showed up today. I wonder if they were practicing together, whether they weren't. They definitely showed up with a large variety of lists, which tells me that they definitely were innovating on their own. But yeah, very impressive. So
Thank you everyone for watching, and we'll see you
yeah,
tomorrow.
thanks. We're really looking forward to seeing you guys tomorrow to get our last 4 narrowed down to 1. It's going to be a really exciting day. So thanks, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
2, 1.